Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Goldly McKieran, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server and Discord, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah, so what B is basically saying is this goes deeper still. You may think you're out of the Matrix, but you're still in the Matrix.
Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, we're well and truly sunk in it. Yeah. And there is no, I don't think there's a way out. There's nothing you can do, I don't think. You can just be aware of it and try to live your life in a way that it has as little impact on you as possible, but you kind of get away from it, you know what I mean? Mateus he's living off the grid, but he's still connected, he's still got the internet. Do you know what I mean? Respect for trying to live off the grid, Mateus. I'm not having a go or anything, but you're still here, you know what I mean? You're still connected, you're still hooked up.
Yeah, how else would he keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate? You need the internet.
That's true.
I've never claimed that I'm off grid. I mean, obviously, if I'm talking to you guys, I'm obviously not off grid.
Aye.
But yeah, you said something a while ago that kind of, I've been asking this for a long time too. You said something about, how hard is it to convince the people that the government is not out for their best interest. Well, I've been asking pretty much the exact opposite. Everybody well, not everybody, but the majority of the people that I've ever talked to has done nothing but talk bad about the government. But they'll sit there and cast their vote for some puppet. It just don't make any sense.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Yeah, they know that the government's evil, and then they know that whenever they go to vote, that they're picking the lesser of the two evils. They both know that they're both evil, but let's pick the lesser evil of the two.
Yeah.
Once again, my question is, why are you voting for evil?
Because I'm only one voice. What can I do? That's why. Because they don't realise that all they've got to do is stand side by side with a group of others. Then a few more will join in, and then, oh, crap, game over.
You want to do it? Take one county at a time. One block at a time, one county at a time. If the common man united, we could overthrow this. But nobody will, because they implemented it so deep. Racism, how we disagree with one another, this side against that side. It'll never happen.
Well, that's just it, Neil. You mentioned racism. Once again, what other race is there besides the human race? I don't see any elves or orcs.
They implemented it deep.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see any elves, orcs, or gnomes or anything running around. All I see is humans and animals. We are the human race. That's one race, not multiple races. It's called the human race, singular form, not plural. I don't see where people can invoke racism. I don't, like I said, I don't see any other race other than humans.
Yeah, but the world don't. So one block at a time, one county at a time, one city at a time, one state at a time. The only way to fix this is the common man has to unite.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking for about 10 years now, Neil.
Like the Bolshevik Revolution. Scared the crap out of everybody, right? Let's start some wars now. Can't get these people working together. Look what happened there. This could happen to us. World War One.
Well, I agree with you. The programming is pretty deep, Neil. Here's an example. History tells us that the people, almost revolted and went to war over a 2% tax. That was about 100 or so years ago. Okay, here in 2024 Gregorian calendar system, people are willing to pay in the United States over 30% tax. That's just their that's just taxation from whenever they worked as a slave. That's not counting your food tax, your gas tax, all these other taxes. If you add up the taxation, the average taxation in USA, it's over 50%.
When did the taxation of the pay start? When did they start taxing what you earn for a living? Because that can't be from days of old.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I've been wondering too. How and why did people consent to being taxed? I mean, in my the way I see it, they're paying to work. Right? They are paying to work.
They're paying to work and to keep people in office forever. They'll always get paid even though they're not working.
Right. I just don't understand why people would give their consent to be taxed over 50% and think that it's a natural part of life whenever, the history books tell us from about 100 years ago, people almost went to war over a 2% tax. I mean, can you say social engineering or no?
Well, if you read that guy's manifesto, what's his name? The Unabomber, a lot of stuff makes sense.
Yeah, and they portrayed him as the bad guy. Yeah, a lot of these people that the news portrays as the bad guy is actually the good guy.
Yeah, it seems like that's what they're doing with Putin now. They're making him the bad guy. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know the guy either, so I can't really cast my judgment. But I try not to pay attention to the news. I mean, what's going to happen is going to happen. Father wills it.
We all up for covering the quartering today?
Quartering, is that big chunky dude?
Pardon?
Oh, I think I know him. He covers like movies and stuff like that too, right? And comics, video games, all that stuff.
No. Yeah, he's a chunky dude. He looks like he covers comics.
Yeah, he says. I remember one time he said, and if you couldn't tell, I'm a '90s kid. You can tell by if you couldn't tell by the gray hairs on my beard that I'm a '90s kid. Something like that. He said. Oh, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of commentary with Sticks.
I could tell he was a fraud just by the thumbnail from the Witsit debate, Witsit versus Dave debate. There he is wearing a tinfoil hat. What's that tell the audience before they even click on the video?
Well,
he obviously isn't talking about the globe Earth versus flat Earth debate, and this guy is wearing a tinfoil hat on the thumbnail.
Well, what's the quartering covering? Is he covering FE? Is he covering like a debate or something, or just the subject alone on his own?
He hosted a debate. Not a Professor Dave versus Witsit.
No, I'm talking about the quartering guy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who's
So,
he talking? What's the video called?
I don't know. Let me look for it. See if it's his Skype. Is it a Master B?
Yeah.
Let's take a peek. Let's see here.
Anyway, that's what we'll probably be covering unless the conversation takes us somewhere else in the meantime.
So are we potentially going to lose John, or do we know how his schedule work out?
As in refracted curvature, he's already gone.
The guy just started today. Let him get his schedule. Then he'll see when he'll be able to join Ballbusters and whenever he could fit in here. He'll pop in as soon as he can.
All right, I think I found it. Posted it in both chats.
What's it called?
It's called The Quartering FE Debate, Professor Dave versus Witsit. So I guess Matthias was on the ball when he was talking. Sorry, Matthias.
No, you're good. Yeah. I'm just saying someone posted it in a chat a day or so ago, and as soon as I seen the thumbnail, I knew he was a fraud.
Did you watch it?
I knew that he wasn't going to be. I knew he wasn't going to be open-minded just by the thumbnail. Him wearing a tinfoil hat on the thumbnail.
So
Well,
it's
He's
two
already
versus
calling
one.
us crazy conspiracy theorists just by looking at the thumbnail.
So it's 2 versus 1 already.
Pretty much. I didn't even watch the shit. I already know how it went.
No, sorry.
You can tell by the thumbnail.
No, I haven't watched it either.
He isn't wearing a tinfoil hat because the guy's a Glober, is he?
Well, he just
No.
seems like a regular show normie, like on the scene on his stuff.
But
Nothing
isn't
out of
there
the
the
normal.
problem? Isn't the problem right there too in the wording of calling it a conspiracy theory? Isn't that already a problem?
Well, I can tell you what to expect because I watched Stinky Cash do a response to it. So he was out walking his dog and sort of pouring his thoughts into a live stream as he did so. But he gave me a good idea of what to expect. So the quartering guy keeps interjecting because he doesn't know anything about either subject, flat Earth or globe Earth. And as a result of his ignorance, he's interjecting left, right, and centre, and they're having to stop proceedings. He also got criticised by Stinky Cash for not being a good moderator, as in he's allowing Dave to do his usual trick, which is filibuster all over anything that anybody else is saying, and it's just tolerated by the host. So that was the criticism so far I've heard from Stinky Cash. I also saw, who's the guy who does the music? Mr. Cheswick did a little clip of them showing the poll from the chat at the end, which just went in Flat Earth's favour. So he was like, all right, so Flat Earth have won the poll based on the debate. Not that means much, but worthy of note from Mr. Cheswick. So that's what I've gleaned so far from other people's rumblings, if you will. Other than that, I'm cold on it, like you guys all are by the sounds of things.
In the Quartering's defense, I watched about 5 minutes after the debate had finished, and someone had put in chat that he wasn't a very good moderator, and he said that himself. No, I'm not a moderator. I'm just a host. So I will give him that he was at least open enough to say that and admit it.
No, fair enough. I mean, I'm
So
subscribed
is
to the
there
Quartering, so it's not unexpected that he did this, but by the same time, it's like, if you are ignorant and not moderating, just hosting, then maybe you will have questions, but you've done it in a debate format, so, you know, nobody's perfect. He's just running a YouTube channel at the end of the day. I'm reasonably sympathetic to him. Like I say, I've been subscribed for a while. I reasonably enjoy his content.
But we all know how cringe Dave is, and if we had a decent moderator, Dave wouldn't come on because it'd be every 5 seconds, straw man, ad hom, you're wasting our time, get out, you idiot. He wouldn't debate because he knows he can't control anything, because he only debates when he's got a field or an arena where he's allowed to do his cringe usual.
Fair enough. Well, we'll do it. We'll cover the usual stuff. You know, Professor Dave will be covering the usual garbage, won't he? We'll have the same questions put to us by somebody filibustering with our ability to shut the conversation down, slowly unpack what's being asked, and then move on. So we'll do that for as long as we can tolerate.
Are you familiar with the quarter ring before this video, Nathan?
I am, yeah. I'm subscribed to him.
Figured.
It's
Yeah, 'cause,
crazy. You know who Styx is? Styx Hexenhammer 666.
Come again?
Do you know he's on the quartering? He does a part-time show at the quartering.
This is the quartering.
Yeah, but do you know who Styx is? His name is Tarl Warwick. Goes by Styx Hexenhammer 666.
No,
And
sorry.
he's he co-hosts with the quartering on the quarterings channel. That's why I thought you'd see him.
I'm not familiar with them as characters. Like I say, if he's got a headline in his thumbnail that I'm intrigued by, I will click on him and watch. And as far as I'm aware, I'm subscribed to him. It doesn't make me a fan, you know what I mean? I'm subscribed to hundreds and thousands of people. So
The last time I saw quartering videos, he was.
I was just going to say, typically I'm not subscribed to the people we cover. I've never heard of any of them, whereas this is one of those rare occasions that I do actually know. I couldn't tell you his name. You know, what's the guy's name? I don't know. I am subscribed to him, though.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy how some people are so knowledgeable in one field, and they talk about another field, and they're just complete idiots.
Fingers crossed, Witsit does a good job.
We know he's gonna shoot himself in the foot.
Well, he's did a good job if he managed to swing the poll back from people thinking the FE or their side did better, but by the end of it, they said it was our side. So that's something.
No. So the messages,
No.
I got several people contact me about this, and because I hadn't watched it or knew it was going on, didn't really know what they were talking about. So each time someone was like, "Well done, Dave," or Professor Dave, for converting all the people to flat, and that sentiment continued. And I asked a couple of people, I think it was in a live chat, I'm like, I don't really understand what's going on. Why do people keep congratulating Dave, that's Professor Dave Explains channel, why are they accrediting him with bringing people to flat Earth? I don't really understand what's going on. And at the time, nobody could explain it to me, so I'm like, okay, fine. And then eventually I got to Mr. Cheswick, and he was premiering some music he was doing, and I asked in his chat, and somebody did know, and they're like, his filibustering, his typical demeanour, demeanour, is what converted people to flat Earth. So while at first that was my sentiment righteous, right, so Witsit must have done a good job if he's converted more than half the audience. No, the sentiment is Professor Dave Explains YouTube channel host Dave did such a poor job that he converted half the audience to the other side. So that was the weird thing. Nobody mentioned Witsit. Not even once. It was all Dave-centric.
That's bad.
So maybe he did a good job. We'll find out.
Is because
this is kind of strange. This kind of strange, but go ahead.
No, you're right, Joan. Go for it, mate.
I don't like Witsit's name. For some reason, if I don't like someone's name, I don't listen to him. Like, who the hell is Witsit? I just can't get it.
That's very helpful.
But one of the main reasons why a lot of people were saying that Dave converted people to FE is Witsit kept his composure. He didn't go rattling off, and Dave acted like, well, Dave. So that was more than enough. So after you watch it, Nathan, I'm pretty sure you will even congratulate Dave.
Now, can you imagine if Witsit would implement how we measure Earth flat and go through it step by step with confidence?
What I'm hoping for is something that I've kind of appealed to our community to achieve just by growth, which is to say that the treatment that you get as a flat earther is pretty much universally considered disgusting treatment of another person. But because it's always aimed at us as a group, we have to just suck it up. Whereas as soon as you put that in front of a normie audience, there's a good chance they'll go, what? This is outrageous. But because the anti-flat earthers have been so sort of caught up in their own little world of abusing us, they've lost track of how the world is and how normal, reasonable, decent people actually behave with people they disagree with. And it isn't the way they behave with us. So there's a good chance that people, onlookers in the Quarterings live stream chat and audience, have looked in from the outside and gone, I don't care about this subject enough to give a crap which way it goes. But my God, this Dave guy's really disgusting. That would be the way I would hope, because that is another crack in the dam, isn't it? It's another flaw in the big fat wall holding back the truth of heliocentrism as the conspiracy. We'll see. We can live in hope.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, props to Witsit for stomaching Dave and getting out there. Good on you. Gives us something to discuss on a Monday. So props either way.
Man, Witsit has the potential to be such a powerful force in this arena. Think about it, really. Because no matter what we say about him, the guy's not an idiot. He's very sharp. He's just set in his way with this ether.
It is what it is. No, Neil's preparing himself for disappointment already.
Yeah, because when he first came on the scene, I liked the kid. I did. I was like, all right, this guy's a machine. But yeah, quickly went. But Brian tells me no, even in face.
I got a question for you.
Hold
Nathan.
on, when Bob was I speaking? When Bob was discovered him on Facebook, Brian said he was talking about the ether and the dielectric acceleration way back then. So,
Yeah, Gene.
What? I'm not saying to tell me a percentage, but what part is it you're algorithmically screwed, or you being treated as persona non grata? What do you think that factors in, or how do you think that works out in terms of Nathan Oakley?
It just means that I have to appeal to the audience themselves to grow the channel. That's all it means.
Okay, but as in, let's say, other people going onto the FE debate blindly through YouTube. Do you believe you're algorithmically screwed, or is it a your name is blacklisted, like, or is your name poison to them, or what?
Who's them? YouTube?
Anyone looking for the flat Earth subject.
Yeah, you won't find me. That's what I say. In terms of the algorithmic cobbling that we've received as a channel or as a show, that's only overcome by the audience going, well, I will stick it on Facebook then. I will tweet this show as it's running out as a premiere. I will share this live stream. That's the only reason that the growth continues. If it wasn't for those people who share the show, there wouldn't be a show, there wouldn't be an audience. And as soon as the audience completely vanishes, then you lot in Discord would all go, well, what's the point? I'll go somewhere else where there is an audience.
Is there a aura of persona non grata to you in your eyes? Do you think so?
Only as much as they can cobble you. Your persona's built up by your exposure on the platform itself. So if that's cobbled, then yeah, effectively. But you can overcome that, I keep saying, by building up your own persona. That's what I have to do. But I mean, that's sounds very proactive. It isn't. It's reactive as a result of being cobbled. So you go, well, what can I do about this?
Oh, let's start the video. Let's review it.
You're either breaking up or something.
I said, let's start it. Let's do it.
The flip side of that is that the channel still maintains steady growth. So I'm bigger today than I was yesterday. I've got more views today than I had yesterday. You know, in terms of the direction the channel's actually going in, that's really all that matters. You know, comparing yourself in terms of how much favour you receive from the algorithm or otherwise, again, would just drive you nuts. Comparing yourself to other people who've sucked up all of those algorithmic searches that I am no longer privileged to, again, you'd drive yourself nuts. You just look at your growth and go, what can I do to improve this? If it needs drastic change, then you have to implement something pretty drastic to get that change and have it go in the right direction again. As long as you're keeping an eye on it, it's like anything you work for, you just have to keep an eye on that it's growing. If it's not, do something about it.
You've been doing fine. It'll get better. Now, to encourage you a little bit, what usually happens is, here's my prediction. 10th man will be joining soon, very soon. One goes, another comes. The return of 10th man.
Maybe. I mean, if 10th returns, and I was discussing this with John the other day because I had to get his PayPal details. So
I guarantee you there's going to be a lot more arguing. There's going to be a lot more in arguing.
You're not here when somebody's talking.
I was talking about it with John, and I said he was saying, well, when I do return, it'll be a different show. I'm like, yeah, it will, because people do come, and if you take, I gave him the example of Anthony Riley, so it wasn't like upsetting as we were chatting about, you know, essentially his departure from the show as it stands. And it's the same with Anthony Riley. So there came a point when Anthony detached himself from the show. It's like, I feel like my input's been given, and you know, I can hang around on the show, but if I've got no proactive input to give at that time, there's no point in me being there. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. It's like, I'm not going to cry. You know, people come and go all the time. So then, you know, maybe let's say it's a year. I'm sure Anthony popped in and out in between that period, but let's say there's a year where he doesn't really take part very much. When he comes back in to take part, obviously there's a whole different cast of people on the show with different views that are being discussed, and there's a couple more housekeeping questions because they've evolved into housekeeping questions after prolonged debate, and you know, the general ambience of the show alters over time because of the participation that I get on the main panel and indeed on the secondary panel, which is Discord. That has also changed.
Oh my
over
God,
time.
are we being gentrified?
Gentrified? What do you mean by gentrified?
Is the podcast, the show being gentrified?
What do you
Do
mean?
we need more people of color?
Gentrified into colour? I don't even know what colour half people on there are. What do you mean? You're talking about the maximum number of black people allowed on the show rule. Look, I didn't come up with the rule.
This show's all United Kingdom people. Come on, you got Chocolate Sane here, you got Eli here, yeah, a few people in Discord that are different races.
Is that what you mean, though? Is that what you meant, or were you using gentrification in a different context? What do you mean by that?
No, nothing. Just a silly joke. Like, are we being gentrified? Is this a PR move?
You just said stereotyped. I'd probably agreed with you and took it somewhere, but I just don't know where to go with that, I'm afraid.
Are you being paid to go pro LGBT?
Are you on something today? Am I being paid to go LGBTQ RSTVP plus? You're breaking up my
Are you
conversation
being
flow,
paid to
Gene.
come in here and say something stupid like that?
I don't know, maybe he's got something, maybe he's just in a funny mood. What are you babbling about, Gene?
Nah, nothing. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Like, are you going? Has the show gone woke now, or what?
No, what makes you think that?
So many sudden changes.
No, people come and go. People run the show. What makes the show is the people that are on it. Now, I've said this. It wouldn't matter necessarily if there was nobody in the panel. If Neil was working now, I'd be on my own in the G Plus panel. Wouldn't matter. There's 25 people in the Discord server. So, does it matter? If, on the other hand, there was no one in G Plus, there was no one in Discord, and I had to start the show alone, as I've done 10 years ago, wherever me, not quite 10 years ago, I was doing other stuff then, but when the debate started, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, there was prolonged periods where I'd sit on my own, not saying anything, just inviting people to join and chat about Flat Earth with me. Now, if that was the case, because I was so severely cobbled that nobody came to watch, then that would have to be the case until I could build the audience back up, if that was the circumstance, if that's what befell me for whatever reason. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think I've built up enough of a name to be able to, scrap together an audience in the worst circumstances. So, but it's just, as the show does have other people who participate, the actors, if you will, as YouTube classify each and every person who participates on any show, it does alter the way the show feels, the tempo of the show, what we cover. And most people join because they've got an interest that they want to express. Neil joins because he wants to learn and be very well disciplined in the subject, which he is.
I don't know. You got to go into chat when you do your re-ups. I know you're there. I don't know how steady you're there, but I'm there usually the whole time. And some of the people that come in, the enthusiasm, when they say, I love this show, still the same as when I first discovered the show. So that's a testament.
It's because I love doing it. I still love making the show. That's what I mean. Even if there was no one here, I'd still love doing it. I'd still enjoy inviting people to click a link and argue the toss about the nature of Earth. Because I can. Now, in reality, the argument's over. We all measure Earth flat. It's not contentious. In fact, when it comes up, if it's not already assumed in the argument a Globehead's making, they'll apologise for how big Earth is when they declare how flat they must measure it, because they must. So there's an agreement on both sides. It was never really in contention. The extrapolation from the measurements of Earth flat give you your globe faith. So it really wasn't ever in contention. The way we actually deal with Earth is flat, and in a way, everybody already knew it. If they even took half a second to look into their own subject and trace its origins, as you should do if you're a good researcher. Yeah, I'm not a good researcher, I'm lazy. I just look at what everyone else has put in front of me. Been another good weekend of clips. Released a whole bunch of them. Did you see? Tried to space them out a little bit because over the last weekend, the weekend before this one that's just gone, I ended up dumping them all out, with only 2 or 3 hours between each, because that was when I got the opportunity to do him. Whereas I gave it some thought this week, and I'm like, I'll stagger them, get a good 10 hours between each of them.
Yeah, I shouldn't have watched that one, though, because it pissed me off all over again.
Which one?
The one where I'm driving and trying to get in, and you and John decided that you were going to try to figure out why I interrupt when I interrupt. I'm too excited and I got no discipline, but that's not it at all.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'll have to pick out some more people, Neil, you and I, between us, for the G Plus panel. So if there's people that you like interacting with from...
You did, and they
I know
don't
we
come.
did, but then we've had one person of them join, and as far as I can see, the number in Master B hasn't gone up. It's the same number. So no one else has joined Master B. There's a healthy number of people in there, don't get me wrong. But the whole point of that panel, I like to keep it around 100 people. It's currently at 93. So it could do with a few more anyway, but I'm just saying that's there to keep the G Plus panel busy. Maybe it's you, Neil. Anyway, keep on the lookout.
Well, you invited one deck. He came one time, and that was it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a few others. Anyway, 5 minutes and we'll go live. Hopefully the conversation doesn't die. I'll stay till it doesn't. I'll refrain from pressing buttons and make sure the conversation continues in my absence. I'm glad I stayed. Go on, Matthias, because you're either hot micing or desperate to say something.
No.
Yeah, hot micing. This is the warm-up bit of the show. This is the bit that gets you all chit-chatting, excited for the show, keen to hear your beautiful voices projected out over the YouTube land.
We did have quite a weekend. Professor Dave decided to come out his shell and debate someone.
That's what we're covering on the live show. Right, you're all fired.
I'm driving, so in a few minutes I'll be back up.
That's the most I've ever heard him speak without the blinker flicking in the background.
Yeah, I gotta be more disciplined on that.
Although I have lightened up, it's my...
It's either the blinker or my seatbelt warning.
Normally it's your blinker, mate.
Yeah, you think Nathan would get upset about that? Never says a word about that. When I try to come in with something that I'm waiting to get in, that's bad. But my blinker can be going all day. Never get reprimanded.
Certain things I'll tolerate, certain things I won't. So it used to be a bugbear of mine that if anything caused a little bit of audio nastiness, I'd moan about it. If someone's talking while someone else is talking, that's uneditable. Yeah, when that happens and I'm editing a video, that immediately goes in the trash. That means that for every time, that's why they do it. Why do you think they rumpus, filibuster, fundy mute, all those words mean the same thing? Why do they talk straight through the top of you? Because it means that to the audience, the words that are being said by the opponent immediately become indecipherable. Yeah? So every time you open your mic and talk straight through the opponent in a critical moment that I really want to get clean without having to edit out the most important bit of what they've said, because you've decided to go, yeah, through the top of them, that really, really annoys me. Like that now. This becomes uneditable because you've decided to open your mic in the middle of this sentence that I'm still talking and haven't taken breath in. So perfect timing. That makes what I've just said ineditable. That becomes garbage then. I've got to chuck it out because it's got an interruption from someone else in the middle of it. Yeah? So every time you open your mic and someone else is still talking, yeah, it becomes uneditable if that's a good bit. So when there's a good bit, everyone wants to join in. Well, no, what you're going to do is ruin a good bit with your filibustering, your interjection. Yeah, there's no point. Just give up. Just unless you've actually got a point that's worthy of making in a point that you can make it, don't. You're just ruining the edit of whatever it is that's being discussed with the opponent.
That's bullcrap.
No, it is not. There's you who's never spent a second of your life editing a single video ever.
Yeah, but you don't edit your see a special boy. It's okay. Now I've kept track, and a lot of times when you're in a debate, it's refracted trying to get in. Sometimes 5 times within a minute.
Yeah, I find that just as irritating.
All right. Chewy gave me a word the other day. Don't worry about it. You'll hear nothing from me no more.
Yeah, it's not that we don't want to hear anything from you. You take these things to the extreme, Neil. Yeah?
I'm talking about words like exactly. Now I'm going to start saying agreed. Agreed?
You don't need to.
Quit the crap and start the show.
You don't need to agree. That's the point. Your colour commentary agreement isn't necessary through the top of an opponent's agreement that's much more valuable. That doesn't mean that what you have to say isn't valuable. It's to say that it ruins any value in a concession when you talk through it. That's all it means.
How's it going, guys?
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. Going very well. Had lots of talk over the weekend from various people messaging me about the... let's get the channel name right. Professor Dave Explains YouTube channel versus Witsit Gets It. I don't know if that's the name of his YouTube channel. I think it is Witsit Gets It YouTube channel. That was done on the Quartering, who, just by pure chance, I am actually subscribed to. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm a massive fan. It just means I am actually subscribed. Perhaps from back from when he was covering Johnny Depp. I'm not entirely sure why I've subscribed to him, but I am. I know who he is. I don't know his name, but I'm familiar with him nonetheless. I didn't actually catch the debate. What I did catch was the sentiment of lots of people, which, in the weirdest possible way, credited the Flat Earth win to Professor Dave Explains. Now, I didn't fully understand the sentiment of this at the time, and really I don't still, but that was the sentiment that I was given in regards to this debate, which was sort of, congratulations, Dave, your attitude has converted others to Flat Earth. And I'm hesitant to say it because that was with clarification from others who explained it after the fact when I was quizzing. Why are people congratulating Professor Dave Explains for welcoming people to Flat Earth? It doesn't make any sense. What's going on? And after a bit of digging, it seems that he did such a horrendous job that the win wasn't actually ascribed to Witsit. Now, that isn't me suggesting Witsit didn't do a good job. We'll find out shortly. But that's the lowdown that I got. So maybe from the chat you can let me know if anybody else did see this. So there you go. Okay, PJ, check this out. Sorry, from the chat, PJ Crookshank says you are live on my channel right now. So I've been watching PJ Crookshank for the last couple of weeks, maybe a month or two, and I really enjoy watching his stuff. Christian in basis sometimes, although not always. So I'll stick a link to your chat if you don't mind. I'll see if I can dig it out. PJ Crookshank. How do I do it? Go to channel. Oh, it doesn't give me the opportunity to go to your channel on my YouTube. Hopefully somebody can dig out a link to PJ Crookshank so we can actually put a link to his channel. I can direct people to his channel. Maybe Divergent Droid. Any chance you can dig out a link to one of PJ Crookshank's videos so I can put it in the chat and actually promote him. It'd be nice to send some other people, friendly, familiar faces to your live streams when you're live streaming, PJ Crookshank. I know you've got a handful of people who are watching without being rude, but it'd be nice to get you some more subscribers. So hopefully one of my mods will stick a link to your chat in this chat. And it seems from what you've said in your last comment, you're actually streaming this stream as we're streaming, which is always very nice. So hello to the PJ Crookshank audience if you are listening to this live also. I have actually invited him to come because I was hoping to click on his name, get a link to his channel, and then it hasn't worked the way I hoped. So there we go. Thank you for coming, PJ Crookshank, as invited, so I could send people to your channel. There we go, on perfect form. Please subscribe to Crookshank's channel. There's the link going by Divergent Droid has done it on my behalf. So thank you very much. Hopefully you can leave him a little comment as well. Help whatever video that has been picked by Divergent Droid to get a bit of YouTube algorithmic love, where we definitely, PJ Crookshank and myself, do not receive it from YouTube. So share in the YouTube algorithmic love. Go and drop him a like, give him a comment, and subscribe to his channel. He's a friendly flatty like us. So good to have you, PJ.
He's usually on what's his name? Flatzoid's panel.
Right, that's where I've seen him before. But he's got his own channel. He's doing his own thing. Hence me promoting him as him. But yes, you may have seen him before if you're familiar with Flatzoid. We do a housekeeping question. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon formerly known as Earth curvature.
Below surface level?
Yeah, that's right. Earth curve is derived from a mathematics that infers that if you can measure a flat Earth, that's a surface level, that you can derive a differential between a raised elevation, that's eye level, and that flat Earth surface level to put a Earth curve below the surface level. Correct, Neil?
Keeping the spirit of John alive.
Oh, is he your favourite?
You're always my favorite, Nathan.
I'm always everybody's favourite, Neil. Why are you flirting with me? What have I done? What do you want?
I figure I gotta try this approach. All others failed.
Still going to get told off if you interrupt an important sentence from somebody else. It's just how it is.
Agreed.
Okie dokie then. So no Earth curve. It's because Earth's measured flat, as pointed out by Neil. Did I miss somebody gifting some memberships? It looks like I did. Yeah, right at the beginning. Right, let's bring that up and shout that person out. Okay, what do I do? Click on that? Yes, I do. And then click over here so I can read it. Flat Earth Travolta gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much indeed for the support, Flat Earth Travolta, and a very warm welcome if you've just joined as a member. I think there's at least 1 or 2 membership videos that aren't actually released to the public yet. I've been boshing them out quite frequently since joining the politics server, actually. They tend to have some unsuspecting globe-believing normies, whatever you want to call them, some anti-flatties, the whole kit and caboodle, and it turns into edited videos. So there's definitely 1 or 2 that haven't been released yet. That said, I have released quite a few, so that might not be the case. But there's definitely material. There's a whole ton of members-only stuff to check yourself out with after you've got yourself a free membership from Flat Earth Travolta. So thank you very much indeed. Might as well do my call to action as I've got the audiences here. 70 people watching, which is wonderful. Please share the show. The only reason we've got 70 people watching is because the people who join smash the share button. It's like second nature to them. But if you are joining and you're not used to the show or you're not familiar with the show, please hit the share button. It's like 2 clicks. Really easy to do. And that's the only reason we've got a reasonable audience ever, because of the shares. So thank you very much for sharing. Is there anything else? I know it's not like housekeeping as in housekeeping question, but before we go on to the coverage of the quartering, is there anything else anybody wanted to bring up that they got desperate to get out into the ether of flat Earth, metaphorically speaking? No weekend rumbles, no disagreements, no comments that have triggered people? No, Nathan, we're all good. We keep winning. Oh, well, isn't that lovely? I'm really pleased to hear it. One thing I've got to know.
Well, I heard something in Times Square Church that kind of annoyed me a little bit, because the pastor at the time was talking about how God could do anything and God's amazing and everything like that. And he said if God has the earth stand still in the sky, he could do that. if he contradicts the laws of gravity, he could do that. Gravity is not a law, the last I checked, correct?
Yeah, it's a mathematical pseudo fourth dimension currently.
So it's still running rampant in the churches, and it's going to continue until people start going in there and asking to speak to their pastors and try to show them humbly where they've been deceived, where the world has been deceived, actually.
Oh, wow.
For what science is and scientific method as opposed to pseudoscience.
Right, we can cover that in just a moment. I was just literally about to cover this, and Flat Earth Travolta's super chatted about it. It says telling people that their ball proves it's flat makes their brain short circuit, does not compute. Yeah, we have neglected that, Flat Earth Travolta. So in the last, well, since January, since 2024, we've been on a mission to point this out to our own side as an argument. This is typically the routine. Maybe we should change the order of things. But obviously we want to share the love in our own community first. So we go out to the people we know and we share the information as we have refined it over the latter part of 2023 and prior, with arguments about elevation angles and so forth, to tell them, here's the best argument you could ever have. Our opponents agree, if you are in reactive debate, that they must measure Earth flat to claim a globe. However, we would suggest that as flat earthers, we move forward on the front foot, moving into 2024, and say Earth is measured flat, because it is for everyone. So in so doing and in so focusing, we have neglected the ballers. As in, this show hasn't paid a close amount of attention to the ballers. You'll have to excuse me stuttering and stammering today. I'm really sleep deprived. Anyway, but they've been neglected, and it's not intentional. It's not like we're going out of our way to neglect the ballers and their concerns about their flat Earth measurement used in their ball. It's just inconsequential to us now. But that has had a very adverse effect, which is to say that they've suddenly appreciated that they're less than important to us now, right? And they didn't and don't. It's the current tense. This is weird to me because it seems like a past event because it's over the last few months, but it isn't. It's very much a current tense thing. The ballers are in more pain than they are typically, and we haven't even noticed, which I shouldn't laugh about, but it is funny because we don't care, or at least very much I don't. But that's the sentiment of the show when we're focused on how do flatties take on board the very simplistic fact that we measure Earth flat. If that's our focus, it's like, your rebuttals, what? Oh, I don't care. And that's triggered them more than I had realised till someone brought it to my attention. Any comment just before we move on? Thanks for the super chat, Flat Earth Travolta. That was Flat Earth Travolta's sentiment, and that was also the point I was going to get in just before Neil pointed out that the scientific evidence and validation that's been punted in churches for gravity has never been proven, isn't there, is pseudoscience by nature. But yet we're questioning whether or not God could overcome this pseudoscience we've invented. Oh, he could definitely. He's God. You don't have to be God to overcome this. It's nice that you think it's validatable enough for you to justify its being necessitated to be overcome by God. How sweet.
Well, if Danny Faulkner ever comes on again and we do get into some of the stuff in the Bible, that's what he'll say about Joshua bidding his son to stand still in the sky. He'll say that God could do anything, and they didn't know at the time that Earth was revolving, you know? So when Joshua said, sun stay still in the sky, he actually thought the sun stood still. But really, technically, it was God stopping the Earth from rotating. And there'll be no catastrophes because he's God. He could do anything.
Okay. Right, one more thing of note before we move on, which is QE's doing a roast tomorrow. So the welcome back QE show. He's been financially in the hole for a few weeks. And we have collectively solved his, or almost solved his problem. I think it's about $2,500 in the hole from what we dragged out of him. So we've set up a GoFundMe. He didn't actually give us permission to do this, but Adam has done it on his behalf, and as a consequence, a direct consequence, he's coming back because I think it's up to just shy of $1,900. So So not quite enough to get him out of the hole, but enough to make a major dent in what he was trying to solve. And the trying to solve it bit was causing him to not be on air. So hence that circle has completed itself now. But it would be nice to actually get him into a position where he's not fretting. You know, he's back, but he's still doing other things and trying to resolve the financial stress that he'll have undoubtedly. So in order to do that, we're going to take the mickey out of him for a couple of hours. Because that's what we do. So we're going to do a QE roast. Now, it was pointed out by Brian, he's just very miserable, and skepticism's just his, middle name at the moment, it seems. But he was like, well, how will that be any different to any regular show where we frequently take the mickey out of QE? I'm like, well, it won't be. But we're calling it a roast because that'll be the focus rather than a different subject. So, if you're one of the people who contributed to his current Give, Send, Go, feel free to join in the live stream chat. All roasting of QE. Obviously, there is a line to a degree. But yeah, it would be encouraged in the chat also. So if you want to come and give grief to QE, then you can feel free also to give QE some grief from his live stream chat. If it's humorous enough to get read out, you might find your comment getting read out tomorrow. So that's Tuesday on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. So be here, Rugby Sphere, on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. And yeah, you too can check out the roast of QE. Brian will hopefully be there, and I'm sure he'll probably, in spite of his skepticism and cynicism, probably have the best roasting lines. I am in no doubt. The Irish are very good at that. So I will hope that Brian, in spite of his skepticism, will still join in and have a few jabs here and there, which will be humorous. We shall see if I'm proven right. I hope I am. Anyway, that's on the Quantum Eraser channel, so check it out tomorrow in about 35 hours from now, if you're watching live. But it's Tuesday, 8 p.m. Is it 7 p.m. when he does his Tuesday show? I think it might actually be 7 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. Central. So there we go. Check him out. Anything else people want to bring up?
Yeah, there's going to be you're going to have to be on the ball, because I'm sure in chat there's going to be a lot of people throwing digs in chat. Going to have to read them out, especially if money's attached to it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be encouraged to do so, ballers or otherwise. But, the arguments, whether or not we get into them on a roast show, are kind of set to one side, because we're just... roasting people is, in the UK at least, a way of, showing your friends that you actually love them, especially if you're male. You don't want to say, oh, I love you, man, you're my best bud. Nobody wants to say that here. So you say, you are a dick and no one likes you. It means basically the same thing.
Same thing in the States.
And QE is a dick. And with that in mind, please go and check out his GoFundMe. It's just been linked by Divergent Droid. It would be nice to get him to his total. So I think the target was set at $3,000. And from as precisely what he told us when we were grilling him, he's a couple of grand, or $2,500, I should say, in the hole. So it would be nice to actually get to his legitimate target. Now, there admittedly are various fees and things that reduce that amount down, which is probably why Adam set it to $3,000. Very wise to do so. But it would be nice to have QE back in like the best possible moods, that he's cleared his debts and isn't suddenly beholden to whatever financial woes he's got when he's doing the show. Because there is to an extent you don't want to be kicking him when he's down. So it would be nice to actually get him over the line. And he's very close to it. I think he's like $600 shy of being over that line. Just over $600 shy of being over that line. So if you were considering contributing, you will obviously shout out absolutely everybody who contributes to that Give, Send, Go. It's also kind of a round out to that, and being close to the target is a really nice thing to have when you do a show like that. Because if you're not over the line, you can often get yourself over the line or get QE over the line during the show. But it's nice to be there, so you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to perpetually call to action people to go and support the campaign, because you're already at $2,500. You're like, well, there's the campaign link if you did also want to shout out during the show. Obviously, I'm sure QE will be very grateful if he's over the mark and got a bit extra for whatever. So yeah, but it would be nice to not be too concerned about actually doing the calls to action in the show. Wouldn't you agree, Neil? Anyway, links there if you did want to contribute. Divergentdroids.com.
Yes, sir.
As it is a Monday, is there anything else? I'll do a few more for anybody in Discord who's got things that they wanted to talk about, bring up, moan about taxes, that sort of thing. No? Okie dokie then. I should have done a sound check on this and I haven't, so I'll do that now. As is usually the routine, please let the quartering know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. There is a link going by in the live stream chat, and I'm going to call this action in earnest. I'm not suggesting that it wasn't in earnest with QE's Give Send Go campaign, but in this instance, I do actually want you, the live stream audience, to go right now and click on that link that I'm putting in the live stream chat to the quartering and let him know that we have responded to this video. As is always the case, the idea being if they were to respond, mention us, put a clip to our video, whatever, they'd put a link to ours, so that we received some YouTube algorithmic love where we definitely do not receive it from YouTube themselves. So with just under 100 people watching in the live audience now, please click on that link and let the quartering know that we have responded with a polite, that means no swearing, comment in their chat to help them in the YouTube algorithmic love. In spite of the fact that they've got well over 1 million viewers, or subscribers, I should say, nobody wants less YouTube algorithmic love. So if you can leave them a comment, letting them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and do all the YouTube stuff. Leave them a like, tell them I've sent you, and hopefully that'll help them. In spite of the fact that us being quite a small channel, everybody likes shout outs. So hopefully they do the same for us if they were to respond. So I'm hoping that's given everyone in the YouTube live audience enough time to actually toddle along and do that, and then leave their comment and come back. But the name of the video is The Flat Earth Debate, or no, just Flat Earth Debate, exclamation mark. Professor Dave versus Witsit. So, without further ado, I'll do a quick sound check, and then I'll get any comments from the Discord server. I'm sure we'll have something to say before we get into the actual video in earnest. We're starting about 4 minute mark, just under. And yeah, once I've done my sound check, we'll have a quick little chat, and then we'll get into responding to the video.
Okay, so ready? I'm gonna shut up. I mean, I'll keep it to. So I got 4:37 now on my clock. So at
cool.
Well, just flip to 4:38. So go ahead.
That sounds good. Okay. Did anybody want to comment on this? That's seeing it preferably as opposed to general ideas through hearsay. Don't be shy, people of Discord.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. I think it's one of Wits's better debates. Kind of kept in check. I forget what the guy's name is. Professor Dave. He wasn't ad homing as much as usual in debates.
It wasn't like an ether slogfest with Witsit.
No.
That's good.
Really?
Oh, that
Good,
made your ears
Witsit has the
up.
ability. He's got the ability to beat certain people in debates on the subject. You just can't leave the ether pipe alone.
Right. So I'm amazed if he did. I'd like to hear it.
Did you say you can't leave the ether pipe like crack pipe? Is that reference?
He can't put down that ether pipe. Exactly. He's like, if he would just quit the ether, he'd be a pretty, like, I used to be a huge fan of Witsit up until literally like a year ago with all the ether nonsense and stuff. And for a minute, I thought I was going to fall into it. I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool, but it's pseudoscience debunking pseudoscience, so it's stupid.
If you too have had issues with ether, then you can contact 1-800 Ethereumism for help and support on this serious issue.
Okay. So we're here to talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Austin is going to pretend to defend the flat Earth. He will do so with two tactics, which I will undermine right now. First, he will pretend that the default position is that it's just totally flat. Just observe and see how flat it is. So
we're straight into a poisoning the well fallacy and a stereotyping fallacy. So Witsit will say blah, 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 blah. He hasn't said anything yet. Just need to respond to his claims. So poisoning the well and stereotyping straight off the bat. Two fallacies within 20 seconds of him opening. I see two fake pictures on screen. What? What do you mean, Tom? I see two fake pictures on screen.
There was a flat Earth model and a ball tard on screen.
Okay, it's just the timing of the super chat. I see. Yeah. Right, so you got a picture of a pizza pie in a sky vacuum and a ball Earth in a sky vacuum, presumably. Thank you, whoever that was. Thank you for the super chat.
The burden of proof is on the globies to prove it is a globe. No, that's false. All of observations since antiquity have only make sense on a spherical Earth. Looking at the sun, moon, stars.
Can I just give some props to Professor Dave Explains? Because the last time I listened to him, I think he was debating Dave Weiss. He had his gain 200% too high and was too close to his mic. I say too close to his mic. He may not have been. It might have just been gain. But he's now seemingly got that under control. And it is much more pleasant to listen to him. So I'm sure it's not in response to me moaning about it. But by the same token, for whatever reason, he's now got that sorted. And he doesn't sound like a bag of spanners, which is great. So kudos, Dave. Thank you for sorting your mic out.
Only makes sense on a sphere. That's how we've known the Earth is a sphere for 2,500 years. Furthermore,
that wasn't evidence. That's a begging the question fallacy. 3. I'm not even going to keep track. We're what, 25, 30 seconds into his opener, and we've had 3 fallacies already. 100 people watching. Woohoo! He's not a professor. No, he's not a professor, Bible you. He's a YouTuber with the YouTube channel name Professor Dave Explains. So the way I get around not having to consistently and perpetually point out that he's not a professor, which he's not, is by saying Professor Dave Explains YouTube channel with host Dave, because he's just Dave.
If you deny a globe, most things don't make any sense. Day, night, seasons, weather, tides, Coriolis, geological.
All of which will affirm the consequent with every single example. So he's not actually making arguments. So these are a string of baseless assertions. It's a baseless assertion to say that day and night seasons proves a globe. Why? Baseless assertion fallacy. Weather, tides, Coriolis proves a globe Earth? Definitely not. Baseless assertion. Coriolis requires a flat plane of reference to describe it. Volcanoes, earthquakes, etc. prove a globe. Well, that's a non sequitur. How is a shape proven by a volcano or an earthquake? Right, it's a baseless assertion in any event. Technology and communications, another non sequitur. How are technology and communications proving shape? They're not without an argument attached, which will be an affirming the consequent, just to repeat myself. But on face value, this is just a baseless assertion. Line of sight, same. Terrestrial motion, gravity. Gravity uses a flat plane of reference also, proving flat Earth with a couple of these examples. Altitude. You're definitely going to need a flat Earth for that, Dave. So there's quite a few flat Earth proofsies that I can explain and elaborate on. Altitude is your height above sea level. Gravity is a derivation of the radial value of a sphere Earth derived from a Polaris-centric base system we call latitude, and its minimum inferred elevation angle. So to derive R to give you gravity, you must have a flat Earth to measure. Same with altitude. Same with Coriolis, flat plane of reference. It's a non-inertial plane and an inertial plane being described in that effect. Flat plane needed. Quite a few flat Earth proofs in here, Dave.
Logical phenomena like volcanoes, earthquakes, technology, communications, simple things like line of sight increasing with altitude, terrestrial motion, gravity. None of it makes sense if you deny that the Earth is a globe.
Did he say line of sight?
Yeah, line of sight would be flat. Also, good catch. Right there in their maths. But, you know, that's a string of baseless assertions that is repackaged as wouldn't work unless you explained on a globe. No, they're still baseless assertions at face value. And the evidence that goes alongside them, we've all heard, affirms the consequent in each and every single example. What's an affirming the consequent? If the Earth's a globe, then we'll have day and night cycles. We do have day and night cycles, therefore Earth's a globe. Now, they'll get packaged up in ever more complex ways, but that's all they'll ever do.
Speaking of gravity in particular, I know that Austin will be very eager to talk about his electric gravity bullshit here.
Yeah, you're probably right.
He's right, though.
It's just as bullshit as his, though. His needs a flat plane, too.
There are some reasons why that is stupid. He cannot derive 9.81 meters per second squared. He cannot explain why this value is based on Earth's mass. He can.
No, that's what we're going to go with. Is it 9.8 meters per second towards a flat plane of reference in the downward vector? You'll need a flat plane to describe that downward vector, Dave. You've just proven a flat Earth with 9.8 meters per second down. Down? What, perpendicular to a plane? like vertical, downwards. Flat Earth needed, Dave. Secondly,
Unless
this will become ineditable very quickly. Secondly, Dave. Go on, Neil. Bloody hell.
unless he changes his tune to in or out. Yeah, but he can't say down. Sorry, I'll try to refrain myself and try to time your rants better.
It's absolutely fine. Yeah, secondly, in terms of everything going down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash, not everything goes down 9.8 meters per second. I'm looking up at clouds right now. Yeah, gas does not go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. This misconception that all things move to the centre of Earth because of this gravitational non-force that's actually just a description in a geometry invented by Einstein. There's no bearing on reality. You can defy this effect of 9.8 meters per second in the downward bias that needs a flat Earth to describe it by pointing out the stuff that goes up.
Cannot explain why G varies precisely with Earth's radius and your altitude, despite
Earth's radius derived from the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris off a flat plane. And what radial value for sphere Earth is going to ever be derived from anything other than a flat plane? Well, there isn't one. It's just a flat Earth measurement. Your ball starts rolling to beg the question of a sphere Earth with a flat Earth measurement of that radius. Altitudes are described from sea level. The height off a plane. Again, they just need a little bit of flat Earth to get their ball rolling to start claiming Earth's a sphere. They'll need a flat Earth measurement for heights first. Height above sea level? That's sea level. Flat Earth proven before you've even moved forward in your first step. Your opener includes flat Earth prerequisites like height above sea level. That's elevation. That's altitude.
magnetism being both attractive and repulsive, he cannot make anything significantly massive fall up. And no, his little middle school science project with a piece of styrofoam doesn't count. He cannot explain why no discrepancy in there's no.
No, it's apart from his baseless assertions. He's got a poison in the well fallacy. Not for Witsit's flat Earth proof, but for his garbage that he claims about ether. That's where he's choosing to jab the knife in Witsit in the opener. Don't blame you. I mean, your tactics are all you're going to ever be perceived to take a win with, Dave.
No discrepancy in the motion of objects with differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic, cannot explain why there's no difference in activity over differing substances of different conductivities, grass, sand, water, concrete. He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. His electrostatic field dissipates.
He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. Releases helium balloon. Watches steam vapor raising in altitude with respect to a horizontal plane of reference to describe the altitude it's raising with. Yeah, that's quite a few flat Earth proofs and a non sequitur fallacy that we have all things moving down towards Earth. They don't. Obviously, Dave struggles with reality. Not all things go down, Dave. You never seen a cloud before?
It's with elevation until it disappears, yet
elevation off sea level. Yeah, height above sea level's a flat Earth prerequisite, Dave. You'll need a height off a plane for that.
Things still fall. So, Austin.
Things still fall, releases helium balloon. No, they don't, Dave. Gas does not go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash with a pseudo-Riemannian bending space-time. Yeah, gas expands in all directions and is created at ground level. Level being the ground that we're standing on, and it's level. And will be described from that because it's height above the sea level. That's what altitude is. You're gonna need a flat Earth for all of these starting points, Dave. Now me, if I was in this debate, I'd just address every one of them because I'm obviously on the back foot. I can't move forward with Dave's opener on the front foot with Earth's measured flat. I'd have to be reactive to all of his proofs that he thinks uses a globe as a starting point with heights and elevations off sea level. Yeah, you just need a flat Earth. We've already accepted that we both agree, would be my positioning after this opener. So we all agree then, heights above sea level are where we're all going to begin. Elevations, right? Radial values for a sphere Earth that you'll assume and are begging the question, affirming the consequent fallacy. Where'd you get that measurement from? Would it be a minimum elevation angle to Polaris off a flat plane? Yeah, it will, yeah. You're converting from the ephemeris and celestial sphere to your globe. So you're going to start with a flat Earth. I mean, you've got the equatorial plane to take the angles from Earth as a flat plane for you to then calculate out your sphere with that minimum elevation angle inferred from Polaris to give you a radial value. Oh, that's definitely not anything more than a flat Earth proof.
And this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so. And
I just did. Fortunately, we can take your time in between your claims and non sequiturs. Earth is measured flat. Quite a substantial amount of Dave's opening needed Earth as a prerequisite to give you things like heights and radial values. They're all measured off a flat Earth.
make sure to bring quantitative predictions.
Predictions? No, I don't need scientific evidence for a shape. That's a category error.
The second tactic he will use is because he knows the flat Earth
More poisoning the well?
is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like relativity and...
Both of these diagrams are flat. I should point that out. The asymptotically flat plane is used for both. Yeah? Now, they may want to describe an aspect of space somehow heliocentric in the orbital motion that's derived from the radial value I described earlier, measured on a plane, but these are both flat. Yeah? That's how they're described. Now, these two Muppets won't appreciate that you've got a flat Earth prerequisite in the description of their space and orbits, because it's derived from angle measurements off a flat plane in the first instance, and that's how it can only functionally operate, with the flat Earth origins being able to be reverse engineered into a spherical system of an orbital motion. You need a flat Earth first. These are going to cross-reference the angles and their relationships on a plane. It doesn't work heliocentric, by the way. Yeah? The only way you can back-engineer those angle measurements is by putting those angles inside a globe, not on a globe. Yeah? Now, these two Muppets won't know that, but there we go.
certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical Earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until...
Devised from the celestial sphere, you'll find. The angles were taken first. The measurements of the movements of the lights in the sky we call stars was derived and put into motion with the celestial sphere. Before you can just extrapolate out things like geocentrism and heliocentrism. First, you need the measurements. The measurements are off a flat Earth. That's all that matters.
Copernicus uses a spherical Earth. So, if he would...
No, he doesn't. He uses a radial value derived from the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. That's his starting point, same as everyone's. Now, you can extrapolate out motions and orbits and such like from those flat measurements, but the measurements are flat.
Like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat Earth versus round Earth to geocentrism versus...
That's not an argument. We're not having a flat Earth versus globe Earth argument. Both use a flat Earth. Yeah? This is a false dichotomy that we have fought for the last 10 years unnecessarily. What we're actually doing is saying, here's a flat Earth measurement that I will call a globe, and here's what I call your flat Earth measurement, my strawman pizza pie in a sky vacuum. Here's how my use of flat Earth measurements I call the globe win, because they work. Yeah, they do work, with angles off a plane. You reverse engineering them, and then putting them inside your globe to claim that they work with parallel light on the globe doesn't wash when the angles can't come from a curved surface. They only work on a plane. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
You going to be at the roast tomorrow? You miserable sod.
Yeah, I'll be there, yeah.
You'll have the best lines. I know. I'm glad now. That's cheered me up. I thought you were pessimistic because you didn't want to participate.
No, it's just cheesy. It's just completely... There's no need for this cheesy roast. It's just... It's cheesy. It's cringy. I can't stand the things.
You don't like cheese? They're
contrived and forced. They're not natural. I don't like them. So
yeah. We'll make them natural, Brian.
It is cheesy. absolutely. Fundraisers in general, you ham it up. You don't tone it down, do you?
No, but the whole roast thing is so cheesy. It just when I hear that word, all I think about is these Hollywood types with sunglasses on, smoking cigars, as if that means something. What cigars? What are they?
Like a tobacco leaf with tobacco in it?
Yeah, but it's not what are they? It's like, what statement? Why? What's this cigar supposed to be? Does it make you more macho? What's the point of this? I just can't stand it.
I'm pretty sure it's a way of telling the audience how large your penis is, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's what it means.
I don't know about it. To me, it's this whole cigar thing. That seems that every one of these roasts you see on TV or on the internet, not that I watch them, but I was showing them, there's always someone, one or two, smoking cigars. No, I don't. What's that about? Is that doesn't that make you less feminine? What is it?
No, I got it wrong. I just looked it up. It's cars. Cars signifies large penis.
Either way, I'll be there. But as I said to QE, we're going to need canned laughter because it's going to be that bad.
Nah, it'll be a laugh. Like you said, you summarised it. You were like, it's going to be the same as any other show then, based on your description. I'm like, yeah, it will. We'll just be doing it a little bit more on point, a little bit more overtly, and a little bit more often. That's it. But yeah, you're right. The overall subject matter will be a glorified Give, Send, Go campaign. But if I say QE's back, oh, and by the way, he hasn't really reached his target, we're going to carry on with the Give, Send, Go campaign, give generously in the title. People are like, oh. Yeah? Whereas if you go, QE roast, they go, oh, that sounds like a bit of fun. That sounds like a bit of light-hearted cheese. Everyone loves a little bit of cheese. It's not going to be that bad.
It's going to be terrible. But I hope that he reaches the money he needs. So, yeah, I'll be there for sure because it's his show and because he's like mentored me at times throughout my time in Flat Earth so many times. Like, I'll totally be there, but it's going to be super cheesy. I'm cringing. I'm getting embarrassed thinking about it, literally.
Okie dokie then. Right, we're covering Witsit and Dave, and we're still not quite through the end of Dave's poisoning in the well yet. We'll get there.
It's heliocentrism.
I heard Dave saying, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I heard Dave saying two things just a minute ago. I was listening to bits and pieces. Quantitative predictions. Quantitative predictions. What are they? Exactly?
He's in a category error. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said that the geocentric, well, he called it a model, was globe as well. It's like, no, there was no globe before Kepler. No globe before Kepler. This thing about the Ptolemaic model. Like, sure, yeah, anyone who wants to come at me with that claim of a geocentric globe, I have a couple of questions for you, and it's going to make things very, very difficult.
I think it was a globe. What would be your difficult questions, I wonder? I'm
keeping it to myself.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there as a baseless assertion then.
Nah, he shared some of them with me. They're good ones, trust me.
Now it's just a total in-joke on a live show.
What it is they're trying to claim it was a globe thousands of years ago, right? And everyone knew it was a globe thousands of years ago. No, the globe didn't turn up until Kepler. I can guarantee there was no globe till Kepler 300 years ago or whatever. That's it. Kepler brought the globe.
But you said you had some awkward questions.
I have some awkward questions.
Yeah, what are they?
Give us one, Brian. Come on.
I'm not telling you. No, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you because I want it to happen organically where someone comes along, someone on the opposition side with their big claims. And then we'll see, won't we? My first question, I only need one question. Technically, I only need the one.
Oh, your wife saying, I got a present for you. Oh, really? What you got? Oh, it's a surprise. Oh, Well, can you give me a hint? No, it will ruin the surprise. Well, why do you need it to be a surprise? Well, when you react to it, I want the reaction to be organic. Well, why did you tell me you got a surprise for me then? Well, I wanted to tell you that I've gone out to the shops and I got a really good price on it, and like, just tell me what it is. No, don't want to ruin it. thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Well, that's just wonderful live show material. Thank you, Brian.
All I'll say to you is when I say if you hear me ask my first question at any point, you're going to go, of course. Right? That's what you're going to do. Of course.
Yeah, and then I'll steal it.
It's a totally obvious question.
Of course, then I'll copyright it with my name on it, use it, and say it's mine. Of course, that's what I'm going to do. That's why I want you to tell me. Now it's all calm, and I don't have to pick it apart from the argument when you've won. And I'm like, how did he win? Where was the bit that I missed when I wasn't paying attention, playing on my game?
Well, actually, you probably will be able to use this for your it's measured flat bit. You probably will be able to use it as a question, yeah. So maybe
you're just teasing me now. It's just teasing me. Right, shout out to OBE Lines. He says, this is to say thanks for my gifted membership. Well, I mean, if you give me money for someone else giving me money to give you a free membership, I'm not going to say no, OBE Lines. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And I'm glad you're enjoying your free membership. Join as a member. I put out loads of material at the moment. Not because I'm needing to. Often it's the case that I'm putting out lots of material because it's reacting to a dip in the statistics. Not at the moment. I'm just genuinely enjoying hacking up videos because there's a lot to, produce that's fun to produce. So, I like it like this when there's no stress to increase the numbers. They're all going in the right direction. And there's plenty of material to dig out to turn into videos. And I can do it at my leisure. I don't have to pump them out. But because there's a lot of good stuff happening, you're like, no, I really want this to be out there. So you're motivated to get the editing work done. So yeah. And a couple of those have been released. One of them this morning. So I didn't know how to title the most recent video because it was talking about the general protagonists within Flat Earth that get more ground, that is to say, are more popular than us. And they're using dated arguments. And in almost every instance that I've approached them to date with arguments like science isn't actually a sham. Science proves things, and because it proves things, people have hijacked it to say they've proved things when they haven't. They are pseudoscientists claiming to have science when they haven't. You need to understand what science is so you can catch them out. Response: you're a scammer, from the higher-ups in Flat Earth in terms of popularity. And now I could give a few other examples, but we're on that current train of, right, we need to get this argument out that Earth is measured flat, and their concessions that, yes, we'll measure Earth flat. Of course it's flat, but that's because it's only so big that we wouldn't need to do anything other than measure it flat. Like, yeah, it's measured flat by everyone. We need to start recognising this quick sharp and stopping them from using a little bit of flat Earth to get their globe ball rolling. Yeah? We need to stop them and say, right, so we all agree then. We'll measure Earth flat. Now, it's the wood for the trees up until now. For the last 10 years, we've been allowing our opponents to use heights above sea level, use surface level, and measurements for radial values for a globe Earth derived from measurements of a flat Earth with angles to stars. They've been using the motions of Earth, claimed to be in an orbital motion, again, derived from a system that was invented off measurements that are flat. That is to say, the celestial sphere. They still use it. They just put a globe around it like it's got anything to do with the actual measurements of a flat Earth with angles coming through a globe Earth, like anyone standing in hell. But it's still used. We're measuring Earth flat. That's how it's functionally operated always and still does. So we need our own side. I have no doubt that will result in me being called a fraud or something. But there we go. That's how things seem to progress when we approach the people who are getting better reach. Maybe that's why they're getting better reach, because they're peddling older arguments. I don't know. That's me with my conspiratorial hat on. In any event, I would hope that at the very bare minimum, my own audience understands and recognises the importance of everybody measuring Earth flat. And when the globers do it, they don't have any issue starting off with a flat Earth measurement and justifying it by saying, oh, it's only because it's so big. Right, should we carry on with this video? Go ahead.
Just before you go, just as an analogy for people with the whole, how they need a flat plane to get their ball rolling, right? Every time they bring up the Foucault pendulum, right, they leave out the fact that someone had to get the thing, and even though it's nonsense and it doesn't do anything for them, but the most important point, the thing that kills their claim from the start, without even having to go into the whole nonsense of what Foucault was claiming, is the fact that it won't just start swinging. Someone has to make it swing, which means if the Earth was moving, right, that wouldn't have to happen. The thing would just start swinging by itself, right? That's what pendulums do, right, when they're attached to a moving object, right? They'll start moving. So just like when they need to get the pendulum swinging to start making up some Ponzi scheme claim to do with Coriolis, right? When it comes to anything globe related, they just need to measure a bit of flat, and then that gets their ball rolling. Same exact thing. You know, if you just allow me to hijack the ephemeris, then I can definitely come up with some mathematical rubbish that's supposed to be proof for a globe.
Exactly.
Same thing.
If you can just let them measure a bit of flat Earth first, you can have your false dichotomy argument where their globe that has actually got its origins in flat Earth measurements is stacked up in false dichotomy against what they tell you your claim of a flat Earth is. Some stupid pizza pie in a sky vacuum with an edge and a boat falling over it.
Yeah.
Right, let's carry on.
I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the Earth is a sphere, and he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove.
Observations of the stars he has is point one, Brian. What would you say to that?
Sorry, Nathan. Yeah, I would say that he's trying to hijack the ephemeris, and that what he's trying to hijack is the celestial dome. There is no celestial sphere. There is only a celestial dome. This thing about celestial sphere, that's added in to, when you say celestial sphere, you're actually begging the question for the globe. The celestial dome, right, model is based off of a protractor. The whole point of the protractor is to show somewhat angular perspective view in orthographic. That's the whole purpose of it.
Right.
We don't have a curved sky. So when he comes up with anything to do with the stars or the sky in any way, then that involves horizontal measurement, elevation angles, which is vertical angular measurements. So he doesn't have anything, but that's what they need to hijack. Hijack is step one. Whether it's a flat plane measurement, whether it's something in the sky, whether it's a natural effect of some kind, like an effective temperature or something, hijack is step one. Step two is start making their globe claim. Step one is always hijack of reality.
Right. So what you're saying is your objection to the use by me of celestial sphere is because it's an ancillary step. Step one is measure angles with a parallel sky and plane with the view that you're going to place each of these angle designations onto points of a protractor, which is where you get your hemispherical view, North Pole centric, for the system we call latitude. But then you can, after that, that's to say your description, which is more accurate for the starting point, not the sphere. From there, you can then do the same exact thing in the south and claim it with a quasi-South Pole centric system, again with a hemisphere representing the flat plane parallel ground of the sky versus the ground, and then put a protractor around that, South Pole centric, and then plot out the star positions with their angles on the protractor. Now, once you've got both, you can then describe them in a model with one flat plane antipodal to the other flat plane, one North Pole centric, one South quasi-pole centric, and then you end up with what I described, which is called the celestial sphere. But in reality, it is two hemispherical flat plane models sandwiched on top of the other antipodally.
No, actually it's not. They're side by side.
Yeah, it is.
There's actually three. There's a third one for when someone's at the equator. That's another one.
What?
you know what I mean? You can have a celestial dome at any point on the Earth. You can create a celestial dome based off of any place. Your personal, I know I have to use the term now, that it's an oxymoron.
Yeah, that may be true, but
personal atmosphere
hold on,
dome.
Brian. Yeah, that may be true, but the one that we are commonly familiar with is the one I described, right? North and South pole centric, South not being strictly true, but nevertheless antipodally sandwiching North and South pole centric hemispherical views with the points plotted onto a protractor as you described per each is what we call the celestial sphere, though. Although you can plot it out from the equator.
No, this is what we've been given after it's been hijacked.
Yeah.
So every time you bring up the celestial sphere, you're literally begging the question for the globe, whether you like it or don't like it. There is no antipodal anything in reality.
No, I agree. It is what we are familiar with, though. It's just when you step in and say no, you can do it in this other way, and it's what we're given. Yeah, it's what people are familiar with, and accurately describing the celestial sphere that we are familiar with. That isn't to say that you're not right. It hadn't occurred to me actually, Brian. I am giving them number one a justification for antipodal positioning, flat plane. Otherwise, it's still antipodal with the two systems. And it's step 2 after measuring it through the protractor with a flat sky. So why am I giving it them? You're absolutely right. There's no need. The only reason I'm doing it is through familiarity, which is to say that people instinctually know what the celestial sphere is. They'll picture it if they're a globe head with a globe in the middle of it, but the angles are coming off the flat plane that I'm describing, but for only one half at a time. There is no antipodal other section being used, therefore it's completely surplus to requirements, not even redundant, when you're describing anything from, let's say, North Pole centric, or alternatively, that is to say, not at the same time in the celestial sphere, the South Pole centric system. It's just you with a protractor over you and a flat sky and a flat ground. Where's the sphere? It doesn't exist. I'm giving it them for nothing. You're right.
That's what my son did.
You just have to.
Let Neil go. Go ahead, Neil. Then Brian. Your son did, you say?
When I explained it to my son, he said, that's only one half. What about the other half? So he's automatically making it a globe.
Yeah, there's an automatic antipodal assumption by a globe believer. Yes, that's correct. Go ahead, Neil. Brian.
You see, where you are now, Nathan, you have your own personal celestial dome. I have my own personal celestial dome. Neil has his own personal celestial dome based off your coordinates. I don't say, just replace the word sphere with dome, because that's really what you're describing mathematically. You know what I mean? That's all. You don't have to. I'm not telling you what to do. You can do what you want. I'm just saying that's what I did.
I want the aspect of familiarity to cross-reference it with the globe inside it for you know, what else can I say other than for old time's sake? I don't need to do this on the front foot, do I? You're right. I've got nothing to come back at you, Brian. You're saying I'm not going to tell you what to do. Well, why would I disagree? You're absolutely correct. Why am I giving it It is your dome of perspective, if you will. You're looking at something on the horizon, then you look, let's say it's 1 degree above the horizon, and you've got a protractor wrapped around you. Let's describe it in a much more, hopefully, visceral way that people can sort of think about experiencing. If you take a Zorb ball, like one of those spheres, and deflate it so that it's only half, like a Zorb hemisphere, and you stick that around your position, and then on one side of it mark 0, and the other side mark 180 and put 90 in between. So when you're standing up straight, your head is touching the 90, and then you've got everything from 0 to 180 from your left to your right. Well, from your feet, if there's a star close to the horizon, you're drawing out a line and marking it on the Zorb ball. Now, you're going to do that for all of the stars, and what you end up with is lots of little points on the Zorb ball that you've marked with your permanent marker. So then when you get out of the Zorb ball and look back at it, what you're presented with is the hemispherical view that represents your perspective. Now, how is that achieved? Well, it's achieved because there's a flat ground, that's what gives you the base of the protractor, because that's all the Zorb ball in this example was, and a flat sky. That's what's being represented to you with a perspective view of it. The things that are far away, that is to say, over another piece of land. So something that's only 1 degree above the horizon for you, when you mark it on your Zorb ball, which is a protractor, that star is, or could be in this example, and definitely is, because it's an example, over another piece of land that's potentially in the daytime, for all you know, but its GP position is over somewhere else, along a flat surface. Yeah, so for them, it's at 90 degrees. For you, it's at 1 degree. Yeah, that's how that model has been formed. But in order to do it, you need to measure Earth as a flat plane and the sky as a parallel plane. Now, the fortunate thing for navigation, that is, and the development of the models, including the globe, is that the way the sky represents itself to us for measurement purposes is the same at all altitudes. I say it with a slight smug grin because, number one, this makes no sense. Not just doesn't make sense for a flat Earth, it can only function flat, and does function flat because of this aspect I'm about to describe. It makes no bleeding sense, but it's the way it actually functions. Which is to say that if you are in your Zorb ball and you're measuring a star that's 1 degree above the horizon, as I described earlier, and just by chance, 2 hours earlier, someone got into a hot air balloon and raised their position with respect to your position. So when you look up through the Zorb ball, you see the bottom of the basket of the balloon. Hopefully everyone's following along. Now, if that person in the balloon has a bubble sextant, that is to say they can establish their horizontal frame of reference, and measures the same star, they will also get 1 degree at all elevations. If you have got 1 degree to the star, that's to say you can see it, there's nothing obstructing it like a hill in the way or a building or something, then you have a 1 degree, and so does the guy at altitude. If it's at 10 degrees or 20 degrees, let's just say, then the same will apply at all altitudes. Yeah? So the ground position and the relative angle from any other position stays the same at all altitudes. That can only be described as a flat sky with respect to a flat ground. And that's how it's been mapped and measured out to give us models like a hemispherical view that later gets turned into a celestial sphere, with North and South Pole as described earlier, but no need to give them it, right, Brian? But yeah, that's how it has come to fruition for us to then extrapolate out these descriptions into things like sphericity. So the minimum for Polaris gives you your radial value, and then you can work from there to suggest sphericity of the surface you just measured flat, and then you enter into Copernican extrapolations of orbital motion, and then Huygens giving us scales for values and distances and light speeds and all the rest of it. You know, there's one step after the next in terms of taking your flat measurement into a heliocentric worldview for the purposes of better modelling the stars for things that don't quite work when you can't figure them out, like epicycles, or what do they call them now, Brian? You'd be better at this than me. What are they called? Retrograde motion. So these things have been devised, like heliocentrism, the model, so we can have better explanation for how these things function. Doesn't mean we're standing on a spherical surface. It's a mathematical working outside of the box to give us a better idea and a model of how these things might better predict or be predictable when they're clearly not working within the same cyclical motion of every other star in terms of how they appear each day. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I just if we're talking about the sky, what can we measure? 180 degrees from our position anywhere. That's the maximum. We can't measure more than 180 degrees. We never have been able to measure more than 180 degrees. That means we're dealing with mathematically a dome. Do you know what I mean? It's, for me, I had it out with refracted before. I know I'm holding up the video. I don't want to keep doing that. But I had it with refracted before. He was saying it was okay to say celestial sphere. And my attitude was, it's no difference. Saying celestial sphere is no difference to me than saying atmosphere. It's the same thing. You're adding in this sphere word into a place when you're trying to address your reality in some way, and you're basically adding in a globe that doesn't exist. Whereas you can mathematically support the dome because you're pointing out it's a protractor, but you can't. When it comes, how are you going to mathematically? How are you going to, in any way, support more than 180 degrees? You can't.
Well, Brian, I think you had an influence on him because when I was explaining the back and forth I had with my son, he told me, just tell him celestial dome. Don't say sphere.
Quick shout out to Uncle Ben. Sorry to cut you off, Brian. So U2 pilots can use the same ephemeris as sailors. And then he gives a salute. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry to cut you off, Brian.
No, I just agree. No, I've said my piece now. I'll leave the video go on.
Okay, should we carry on with a bit more Witsit and Dave? We've not really covered much. Although it's developed into a good conversation.
It's brilliant, though. This is brilliant. We're going to probably cover this on Ballbusters as well, I'd say. This is a brilliant debate. Witsit actually is very good. And for when I mean is that, as it was said earlier, he doesn't go into the ether or that so much. He more sticks with things that actually have some relevance.
The Earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever.
Go ahead, whoever that is. I'd rather it developed a conversation amongst ourselves than actually covering the video, if you know what I mean. Go ahead, Rich.
I was just going to say, y'all pretty much summarized the entire debate because Dave is going to keep coming back to that point. He's going to keep going back to that the sky and the directions of the stars, and he's going to keep on bringing up elevation. So you pretty much describe what's going to happen in this debate before it even take place, because that's going to be the majority of the debate. That's going to be the argument that's going to be most covered, because that's what he's going to keep bringing it back to, as he said he was going to do.
That's good. It's handy that we've had a nice little summary of his positions throughout the debate to take them apart and point out where the Earth is measured flat in them, for them to be starting off the ball rolling. So, yeah, brilliant. I'm glad we've done that as we're coming up on an hour, even with only 6 or 7 minutes covered. But I would like to actually hear a bit of what Witsit's got to say in his opener. Shout out to Flat Out Truth. He says, Earth measuring flat is an eye-opening experience. Well, I'm really pleased to hear it. The best arguments are the ones that were already there, being discussed and debated without you even realising it. Yeah, we never realised when we were arguing over the Earth curve calculator that it had a flat Earth in it. And that was absolutely required for them to move forward in their measurements. It was called surface level and we never spotted it. So the fact that these things are already in existence, being utilised by globe believers who justify and apologise for why they have to measure Earth flat, is our key to opening the eyes to the entire world. If anybody thought, what is the linchpin? What is the thing that will take flat Earth from being a kind of crazy conspiracy that I've kind of heard of that seems like it makes sense when I hear some of the arguments in a bit more detail, because I now understand how the Earth couldn't be a ball, but it still seems a bit crazy. How do you go from that to everyone going, I already knew? Well, this is it. The fact that every measurement of Earth to insinuate that we've got a sphere surface below us starts with measurements of a flat Earth is buried in every single claim that has ever existed. If you dig down to the origins of all the mathematics, the measurements of Earth will always be flat. Now, if that is the case and it's not hidden, that is to say, while it's not highlighted, it's also understood by somebody with a reasonably surface-dwelling understanding. They can scrape the surface and then realise that Earth is being measured flat in one of their examples. But because whoever, hidden hand, has written it, it's actually just us, with a skew, a spin, that says, oh yeah, well, obviously Earth's got to be measured flat in this example, but that's only because in this example it's a really big ball that doesn't need to be measured anything other than flat, because it's a really big ball, so it's a ball. You all understand, right? Everyone clear? And you're back in the room. Earth's measured flat is what we should have been saying the moment we heard that 10 years ago. We didn't. We started arguing the false dichotomy. We didn't know any better. Now we do. Now we know that when they say, well, it's all about the heights and angles to the stars off a surface level that's flat, that proves my globe, you'll go, oh, did I just hear him using elevations, like heights off sea level? think I'm going to point out that he's needing a flat Earth to make his claim start going downhill. Yeah, well, let's hope people start picking up on this quick sharp, because it's not an opinion. It is a reality. That's the world that we actually inhabit. It's a fact in terms of how it's measured for us and them. So if you want to wake the world up, point this out to them. Are they going to deny it? They're not going to argue and enter into debate when you show them, in a reactive manner, that their claim for a globe, like Dave's, starts with Earth being measured flat. In his own examples. And when they do their usual trick of telling you you're stupid, do what I've been doing over the last 4 or 5 months. Take my opponent by the short hairs, say, this is your example! Let's crack on. We'll do a few more minutes live. Did I shout out the last super chat? Yes, I did. Eye-opening experience. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for the super chat. Flat out truth.
Number 1, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise.
Oh my God, Dave's thick.
Did he really say that?
Oh, it gets a lot worse.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
So clockwise and anti-clockwise are relative. So all of the stars, regardless of your position on Earth, move in the same direction. They rise in the east and set in the west, regardless of where you are. Now, what he's saying is, if I travel that way, doesn't really matter which way, and then look at the stars and describe them as moving, quote, clockwise, and then I get to the destination that way, and turn around, and I go, oh, what do you know? They're going anti-clockwise. Like, yeah, you turned around. But they're all moving in the same direction. Like, is this really your base level understanding of the world and how it actually takes place? Because you're going to use this crappy argument to claim that the Earth's not flat. Ugh.
That is his main argument. Basically, that and one other one that he keeps getting wrong. One I corrected him on, right? But he keeps getting it wrong. That is it. That's his main argument through the whole thing. And he's not here interested in listening. He's just only interested in reiterating it and not understanding it, how it's just about your personal orientation. Go on, Neil.
But my son does the same thing. He constantly, you can't explain the 2 points in the sky, meaning the supposed opposite rotation.
The axes described with respect to a plane. You can't even describe the axis without a flat Earth. These idiots don't get it.
Plus, you can get opposite rotations in your own backyard. Like if you have one camera pointing north and then a camera directly next to it pointing south, and they're both doing time lapses, you're going to get opposite rotations just based on the direction you're facing.
Relative, yeah. One will be relatively clockwise and the other will be relatively anti-clockwise. But in terms of their absolute direction, yeah, all of the stars rise in the east and set in the west without exception. With one exception, Polaris. And they're all going in the same direction. This is a rubbish argument. This is really what he rests. Have you seen this, by the way, Brian?
I watched it yesterday. It was excellent. It was one of the best debates I ever watched, simply because the amount of people in the comments who are ballers, who are saying, please keep Dave away from us. It's that bad. People saying, you know, I never look at flat Earth, but now I'm going to. Now after listening to Dave, I'm actually going to look at flat Earth.
Everyone shush. Right, this is what I wanted to find out, because as much as we could do this forever, we've only done Dave's opener, and if by popular demand people demand that we hear another 10 minutes of it tomorrow, obviously eventually we're going to run out of time. But several people had contacted me, and I said this in the pre-show before you got here, Brian. So someone said, oh, well, Witsit must have done well because the end poll came out in Flat Earth's favour. And I said, no. Without watching it, the sentiment I've got from people who've talked to me about it or messaged me or I've picked up on the grapevine, whatever, is that the win for Flat Earth is actually being ascribed to Dave. I'm like, how's this the case? Why are people praising Dave for bringing people to Flat Earth? This isn't how I would expect this to be framed. So I'm asking, why would that be? Now I know, because you've just told me. Can you just go through what you just said a second ago, Brian? Because I'm going to use it as a point to round out the live show on.
Well, I will. Dave is so ridiculous that now what people shouldn't overlook though is that Witsit actually did an excellent job of dealing with him. Excellent. But Dave is so ridiculous that the ballers in the chat saying, you know, I always thought Flat Earth was stupid, but now I think it's worth looking into after listening to Dave. Because they hear about Dave having millions of subscribers and all this stuff, then they find out this is all he has. It's like, it's so weak. I think that was it. And it's just his attitude in general was just an attitude of, looking, the way he does, he's obnoxious, looks down his nose at people, uses no end of logical fallacies, doesn't know what he's talking about, but yet lays that at the door of his opponent. All this, I mean, even ballers out there were listening to it going, this is terrible. So,
right, that explains everything. Perfect. Thank you for that summary. I'm glad, having watched it all, that you give me that as an explanation. I've only just got that fresh after asking for about a day and a half. Anyhow, with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Debate.
He had to go into, so he went into dielectric acceleration a bit, but he went into that, but he actually bet Dave at that point. But Dave goaded him into it. Dave wanted it, and then Dave didn't handle it so well. But either way, both of them are false. Both positions are false.
Correct.
But yeah, but I don't know. He didn't go into ether at all, really. In it, I don't remember really any ether. He just was confident. He knew what he was dealing with Dave. And actually, there was a few of his opening, a few of the things he said at the start. He didn't allow himself to get triggered and be drawn into a triggered response. He laid out things pretty well, exactly as he didn't get to finish a lot of what he wanted to say because Dave wasn't allowing it. But all that mattered is that the audience saw that Dave wasn't allowing that. So even ballers in the chat were saying Witsit absolutely won that. Because the poll was showing more in favour of Globe beforehand and then more in favour of Flat afterwards. The poll that the guy had.
I love how one of the main arguments was that is Witsit using word salad.
Yeah, I mean the
best part of it to me was when Witsit, when Dave, rightfully so, critiqued Witsit about electrostatics, and they was talking about the science experiment. Witsit said, "Oh well, yeah, I'm trying to explain the cause and the independent variable of this experiment." And then Dave was like, "Well, that's what Dave basically said. Well, that's not a independent variable. You're adding that to that." And then Witsit said, "Well, at least I have an experiment. What is the independent variable for gravity?" And Dave responded with, "Things go down." And all of the ballers in the chat was like, "Oh God."
What experiment was Witsit talking about? Michelson Morley?
No, he was talking about the
generator. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that an experiment, Brian?
No, it's not. No, but Witsit, I had it out with Witsit when I had the debate with him. He was trying to make an experiment, trying to use what was happening with a Van de Graaff generator as a dependent variable, and I just said no, it's not. But anyway, that's on him if he wants to try to go forward with that. He knows my position on it. Well, I think we should continue on with it, Nathan, if you're there, because it's one of the best debates I heard, simply because of how it went. And actually, just one of the things I have to bring up, I have to say this, is that one of the things that they promote, that Witsit promotes, and Jaron promotes, and David Weiss promotes, is actually a very good flat earth proof in some ways, which is the Mount Canigou observation. That twice a year, the sun highlights the Mount Canigou, because the sun is twice a year is in the evening time. It appears to be right behind Mount Canigou, so it highlights the silhouette of Mount Canigou twice a year at the same exact times each time, the same exact times a year each year. Now, how that observation is like obviously can't take place on a globe. So how can every year at these exact 2 times each year people see Mount Canago from the same place? It's like that's not like they're nonsense. They can't come. All they can do is throw over 6 hour refraction nonsense at it. But it's a nothing. It's like no, that can't happen. You know what I mean? It just Witsit actually lays it out pretty good. And I've heard it recently, and I agree with him. It's actually some while back I was listening to him, and I agree with him. It's actually pretty good. It's like, yeah, that can't happen. This can't just be a magical mirage that just happens to happen at these exact 2 times of the year, every year. That's not how mirages work. You know what I mean? You can't predict mirages, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, you can. They work on a globe only. Let's debate mirages for 3 hours.
Are you going to?
Well, I would like to hear Witsit a little bit. Can we get something from Witsit?
Well, we'll cover it again tomorrow. We'll do it on the live show tomorrow.
All right. Well,
okay
then. But today is the day. You know what I mean? For well.
He's not thinking straight without his special boy being here today, Brian. We got to give him a little time to get acclimated.
Why are you cock blocking the video, Nathan? Stop cock blocking the video.
I'm not. Just making a thumbnail at the minute.
Brian, did you hear the other day when Danny Faulkner came in?
Yeah, I hated it, Neil.
Tell me more. Why?
No, I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, because he took so freaking long to say something. I understand that. John was way too apologetic to him. To me, he treated him with way too much respect.
John is excellent. John is a very smart fella. But John is not true to himself at times. That's how I view him. Refracted. He's not true to himself at times. Like, I like the way, just Faulkner got away with adding in so many things that there's no way he should have got away with. But I'm not going to go into all of it now. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, like refraction.
There was several things he came up with. It was just like.
Well, I think what happened was he saw blood in the water because he went into the eclipse. And then John was just trying to bring him into that minus sign eclipse to really hammer it home. But he never got there.
Well, I think it's just the way he went about it made it not possible for him to do it. He was showing him too much respect too much respect. You don't have to disrespect someone, but you can't show him, like him, you have to know who you're dealing with, what you're dealing with. Like,
you see, when Adam came in,
respect for John. He had zero respect for John because he was trying to add in things that he knows are rubbish. And he got away with
Adam came in, but Brian, Adam came in.
Adam's point was great. Adam didn't know. Adam said at the end.
Adam didn't know it was Danny Faulkner. So there was a big difference. He thought he was just dealing with a baller.
Well, he was just dealing with a baller. That's all Danny Faulkner was.
I know.
I've said this. I was talking about it with my mate the other day, and I'm like, okay, because he's a Christian and an astrophysicist or whatever he is, for some reason people treat him like he's some sort of big deal. Whereas to me, as you just said, he's just another baller.
Oh, so that's why you said, what should I call you, Mr. Faulkner? Really?
That doesn't alter the perception I appreciate from other people, and that they've been trying to get him on the hook for a very long time, and therefore by kowtowing, I don't mind. I'm a total whore. If it is needed for me to say, should I call you doctor, I'll do it. No worries.
Well, what I would say that came out good out of it was he left after what Adam said, but what was good about it was that he was denying measurement and said, but there's other ways. But there isn't other ways. Do you know what I mean? If you want to figure out the dimensions of something that you can't see the whole of, you've got to measure it. You've got to find the baselines or the benchmarks you must work with. Technically, horizontal and vertical are benchmarks, aren't they? They're basically benchmarks of measurement. And the reason they're benchmarks of the measurement of when we're measuring the Earth is because the Earth does have a horizontal baseline with vertical elevations above and below it. That's what the Earth is. So he had to deny. It's like it's not the Earth. That's basically what he's saying without saying it. So that was good. That he wasn't willing to address measurement. Because in that case, then if you don't have that means you don't have any measurements. That means you don't have an argument. That would be my.
He did not want to go into the measurements, and when Adam said, "Yeah," but when you want to start using it for practical situations, you're going to need measurements. Yeah, you can have it contrived in your head, but what the heck is that going to do for you?
Well, where did the globe maths come from? Only flat plane measurements. So without those flat plane measurements, you wouldn't have the globe maths to push in people's faces. Like the eclipse thing he's coming up with, there's measurements for that, but they're from a flat plane. See the Babylonians.
Yeah, he's going to need a flat Earth for that statement.
Yeah,
he was denying his own model. He was denying his own model. Yeah, he was being an anti-flat earther because without measurements, he doesn't have his sphere.
Yeah, he was denying measurements at any point, but without measurements or without the practical use of what you're observing in reality, then you just have an ideal about it. Like I could look at I could look at a room, and I can assume that the room is 14 feet. It may look 14 feet, like any other size room, but without the measurements, there is no empirical evidence, or there's nothing empirical about it. There's no actual evidence or proof or anything. You just have an idea of what size this room is or what shape this room is without measurement. So I think that's what John was trying to get me to admit, but Danny was saying, oh, well, you don't need measurements. You could just have an idea and you could have predictions based upon your idea. But without measurements, you won't be able to test it to know that it's true.
Let me read out this comment from Chewy Chicken 589 on the topic of Danny Faulkner versus refractive curvature. He says, he's a PhD and his whole argument basically consists of eyeballing it. Laughy face, smiley face, crying face.
Well,
that's exactly right.
Well, the thing about it is that he says measurement has nothing to do with it. Yeah, he'd try and claim astronomy as some kind of proof of a globe. What's astronomy? What measurements do they make? When are those measurements pre-assumed to happen? At vernal equinox, formed our equatorial plane, and it's pre-assumed that equatorial plane at vernal equinox extends out into the celestial plane, making it a much huger flat plane than it already is, right? Their equatorial plane, and then it's pre-assumed that that's stationary and the sky is moving, because they use the exact same thing in celestial navigation. When they try and turn it into a globe, they have to go back to a massive stationary flat plane with a moving sky. At vernal equinox, that's what they do. But he's denying measurements. But you can't, if he's denying measurements, then he can't use astronomy as some kind of a proof for a globe, because astronomy is angular measurements.
He denied measurements. If you think about that statement, he's out of his mind. Well, he knows you can't do anything with it. He knows right there that proves Earth is flat, and he's staying away from it.
No, what Danny Faulkner is an expert at passive aggression. Right? He's an expert at saying F you, right, passively, right, without people realizing it. Disrespecting people without people realizing it. He comes across as if he's very cordial and a good guy and a nice guy. He's not. He's not. He is urinating down your back, telling you it's raining. That's what Danny Faulkner is. That's what he does.
Exactly.
But he draws people in. He draws people in who are good people like John. Draw them in to give the impression that he's having a genuine conversation. He is not. There's nothing genuine about Danny Faulkner. Zero is genuine about him.
And let's not even get into how he, like QE says it, he treats the Bible like his own personal playground. Changes it to whatever he needs to change it to make it fit heliocentrism, and it still won't fit.
Yeah, but even if you take that side of him away, it doesn't change. Like, I wouldn't even, like, for me, I don't even put him and let's just say good Christianity or anything in the same barrel. He's just a guy who's a baller who has a PhD in astronomy who's denying measurements.
Yeah.
There's not really to address.
And he's here to relieve his pain. Their MO is always the same. Their motivation's always the same. He's looking for cracks and openings, and if he can overcome us, then he's still on a ball. They're all the same.
Yeah,
there's
exactly
no
the same.
cracks in this. There are no cracks in flat Earth. There's cracks in the sphere. It's paper mache. Remember when we used to call it paper mache? Because that's what it is. But now we're not about that anymore. We're about testifying how Earth is, without a doubt, measured flat. You need measurements, Danny, for anything in reality.
It's actually wakey that described it that way. It was like, it's a paper mache ball that looks really solid, and then you get close to it and touch it, and your finger goes straight through. And then I added to his analogy and was like, yeah, well, now we're in a situation where your finger pokes through, and then you put your eyeball up, and on the other side, someone else is doing the same thing, looking back at you, going, wow, there's nothing inside this.
Well, the thing about it is one thing I will say, that is pointed out by, I hear Witsit pointing it out at times, and Jerome Campanella pointing it out, is that we're expected as flat earthers to have all the answers based off of a pre-assumption, right? And an attempt at a kind of what's the false dichotomy argument, an attempt at the creation of a false dichotomy argument. We're expected to have all the answers that they think they have, right? So when they say to us, how do the tides work on a flat Earth? They're pre-assuming that they know how the tides work and it works on a globe. It's a pre-assumption that they already have knowledge of something that, right? It's like
that's a specific fallacy. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Well, how do they say the tides work? What's their excuse for the tides? The moon and gravity or something like that?
Moon and a force of gravity. The thing that was thrown out by Albert Einstein.
But listen to this, Neil. Neil, you have no explanation for how tides work on a flat Earth. That's a fairly baseless assertion on the face of it, but it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Just flip the burden and say, you now need to provide a standard for whatever it is that I am actually asserting as a claim I haven't made yet proves the ball by suggesting you cannot describe or explain how it works. Did I ever attempt to explain or describe how this works as evidence that I use? No. It's not a standard I'm putting down, nor should I have the burden put on my doorstep. This is your burden. If you say you can explain how sun, moon, tides, whatever it is they're claiming works on a ball, then feel free to exercise your burden by proving that. But don't tell me I can't explain it. I never claimed I could, and not being able to doesn't mean that it's a failure to work on a flat Earth either. It's merely a flipping of the burden. That's all it is.
So what do they say?
There is no ball.
They say when it's high tide is when it's a full moon or something? How does it go? I don't know.
What did they say?
It has nothing to do with the moon.
Yeah, like what do they say about the...
What did they say? Well, who really cares? Unless they
just
can,
so I know.
Unless they can validate it, who cares? I held Witsit the other night to this same standard, and I said, I didn't do it over on Discord. I don't know if you heard about it, but I told him the same thing. Yeah, you missed it. Explanations are worthless without validation. If you have an explanation without validation, all you have is a just so story. I can walk down to the corner village idiot and he can give me an explanation on just about anything. How much is that worth to you?
Right, but I'm saying, say every time
Not
it's a full
right.
moon, there's high tide.
Not right. Stop right there. Not right. Stop right there. Who cares what people say? Only what you can demonstrate or validate. What is this? Just so story time? Look up what a just so story is. Okay, maybe you'll get it.
Maybe you're missing what I'm saying.
No, I'm not missing it. You're missing what I'm saying.
I got what you're saying, but if they turn around and they say, not they say it's demonstrated because every time there's a full moon, there's a high tide. What is that? Is that like, that's not really proof, right? That's just coincidence?
No, you're missing what QE is saying. It doesn't matter what they say, they can't validate it. So who cares what they say? Even if let's just say every full moon there was a high tide. No, I don't think it is the case. But it doesn't matter. Let's say every full moon there was a high tide. How did they validate the cause of that? You can't.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
Isn't that a natural
that's just affirmative
relationship?
Yes.
Isn't that a natural cause and effect relationship? How do we adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships?
Scientific method.
Let's go. Let's do it with the moon and tides. Go ahead. What's the observed natural phenomena, please?
Every time there's a full moon, there's a high tide. I'm guessing.
Negative.
That's not a natural.
The only phenomena is the water rises. That's it.
Okay, water rises. What's the cause? That's the dependent variable. Okay, what's the cause of that?
Full moon.
Can't be tested.
All right, that's your independent variable, full moon. Now you're going to have to manipulate the full moon to see if it actually causes it.
Oh, dear.
I'm all over it.
I'm all over it.
What I'm talking about. Explanation, explanatory power is what I ran into years and years ago. Explanatory power. What exactly is that? Somebody explain that to me. Explain explanatory power. I know it's a bit redundant.
I think is when people have loads of explanations, other people pre-assume that you must know what they're talking about.
I know what
That's
it is.
what it is.
It's explanation. It's explanation without validation.
Yeah. Otherwise known as a just so story. Or imagination land. And another thing I was thinking about. Well, I think I've said this a few times before. And I just saw, I think it was last night, it posted over here on my recommendeds, the final experiment to settle the flat earth debate by Justin Peters' ministry. Remember, we went over him with Dr. Danny Faulkner. I hit on it. Yeah, the final experiment to settle flat earth. And I was looking at the flat earth debate and I said, ask a question. And I posted this question to him also. He just go, I think I posted it. Oh, he deleted it. So my question is, flat earth debate. Is the nature of our reality a debate topic?
No.
And I told him, I said, why don't you go to your happy place? And I want you to think about this. And I want you to say this 5 times to yourself. Is flat earth debate or globe earth debate, is that an actual topic of debate? And if you think it is, and you think it's cogent, then Harry and Lloyd have a challenger.
What's the point of contention? You're right. There is no debate.
Well, there's no debate on an objective topic. Right there, you know there's a rooster in the hen house. Right then and there. What? Do I go debate people? What's a tree? Let's debate on what a tree is. Yeah, you follow on that too. And then there's this other thing, this little debate between Boy Zero Sky Grifter and Cream of Wheat. Has people been Jedi mind tricked into thinking a debate is you first open, and I've talked about this before, with like a 10-minute intro filled with baseless assertion of fallacies, every other fallacy, poisoning the well fallacy. And is that what a debate is?
No, but it was really handy because it meant that by summarizing all of the points that you utilized throughout the debate, according to the Discord panel, I inadvertently took apart every aspect of the debate by taking apart all of his summary points that he was allowed to have, rather than just making a claim and substantiating it and then letting a rebuttal come his way, which is what I would call a debate. Claim, support, rebuttal.
There you go. That's it. Claim, support. Your introduction should be 15 seconds. Hi, I'm Quantum Eraser. What is your scientific evidence for your globetard right now? And then he gives his scientific evidence or his evidence. I rebut it. And then me, whatever my position is on the nature of our reality, which is absolutely moronic to even think about. But okay, I'll play along. This is mine, right? This is my flat earth proof. Boom. Rebut it. And if you can't, it's over. The first point. Has modern day debate Jedi mind tricked everyone into thinking that this is like a debate? And then everyone just follows suit down the line. Doesn't matter where you go. Let's get a 10 to 15 minute introduction. Yep. Baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy. Let's do that. Uncontested points. And then just go off into Never Neverland. Then you have a moderator who can't shut his mouth, that he wants to get into the debate. He's a moron, you can tell right away. Right? Then goes off on other tangents. Is this bizarro world? What? Why do you put up with it?
Yeah, it's not bizarre world. This is the world we live in. The majority of people are numpty dipshits, as you would call them.
Can I ask when this thing happened with Witsit so I could try and find it?
I thought it's posted in Master B from yesterday. It happened on Saturday night.
With QE?
Can I just ask you?
I don't know anything about that.
No, I want the QE and Witsit.
So in the face of that, though, QE, right? So you're Witsit, and introductions come, show opens, super chatters are thanked, members are thanked, and then it's over to Dave, and he does what he just did. Yeah. Now I said on my live show I would open with Earth's measured flat, angles to Polaris are the origins of all claims that come after Earth's measurement, and that would be it. But what would you do? So in the face of all that scattergun of baseless assertions,
I wouldn't be there in that format, because I would say something about it, like I just did. This is a dog and pony show, right? I'm not into that. So what would I do with Cream of Wheat Dave? The same thing I told you. What is your globe Earth evidence now? Number one. And then obviously Cream of Wheat comes out with this train wreck from 2015. He still hasn't got it. He's so retarded. He's at that position where stars rotate in different directions.
Yeah, Brian said that he led with that for the majority of the show. That's what Brian said.
Yeah, we already remember I did a treatment on Dave, and he did that stuff, and I made it a point to make fun of him for about, I don't know, an hour, and he kept on coming back to it like a dog to its vomit. Right? So what would you say to it? What did Witsit do? The debate should have ended right there at his first point. It should have been all over. Why go on? What did Witsit do?
We didn't hear.
I don't know. We didn't get to that
answer. Bit. Sorry, go ahead.
We didn't get to that bit. I said we'd cover it on tomorrow's live show.
I think he went to the kinematic.
Oh God!
Equivalence. No, actually,
coffee cup
remember right. if I remember right, Witsit couldn't get to finish anything because Dave wouldn't let him, and the moderator just kept sitting there quiet. So every time, like the usual stuff with Dave, no matter who he's talking to or debating with, he never allows him to finish the point. He wants to come in over the top to stop the person getting to explain anything or describe anything or say whatever they're trying to say. That's what was happening. But most of this debate, Witsit actually wasn't too bad because it was mostly just Dave being an idiot. He triples, triples, and quadruples down. You won't believe it if you haven't heard it. You won't believe the level of stupid of Dave.
I already know the level.
Hilarious.
I already know it because it's number one proof out of the gate.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh.
Not yet, you don't.
You don't, Huey. You don't.
Not yet. You thought you did.
You can't get dumber than stars spinning in opposite directions. Just think about that for a second.
Why do we call him cream of wheat? I've asked you this twice before. I know I have.
Dave Farina.
His name's Dave Farina, so I called him cream of wheat.
Farina is like it's a instant cream of wheat, like breakfast meal. I thought it was quite clever when you called them that.
Okay, it's not a brand here. That's why I don't know it. Fine.
Oh, you got a big Let's go through this one because it's a lot of fun. I remember Kosho doing it back in 2017. He kept on coming in and just getting hammered. And I went on and I told everyone about this. When I first came out here, that was one of the first arguments I ran into. And I sat here and just let me tell you, it baffled all the flat earthers because there were no rebuttals out there. And it was one of the first ones. And I sat here for like 3 seconds and said, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding. You have to be some type of retard. Or the people listening are retarded because they're not thinking about this. Right? Number one, you got a globetard saying stars spinning in opposite directions. That they're screwed anyway because in their paradigm, the stars don't spin. And you say, yeah, that could be pedantic. Nah, you're a moron. Number one, the stars don't spin, Dave. Right? It's the Earth rotating. Yeah, that's their paradigm. That's number one. Number two, he doesn't know what directions are. Because objective directions, the cardinal directions, the objective directions, right? Everyone knows what they are. North, south, east, and west. And reasonable ones off of that. He's conflating objective directions with subjective directions. Subjective directions are clockwise and counterclockwise, left and right, forwards and backwards. So you're a retard right there. Third of all, you're going to have some problems here. The sun, moon, and the stars, save for Polaris, all rise in the east and set in the west, no matter where you are on the earth. If somebody needs a citation with that, then you need to report to the Who and Where Am I institution immediately. And the implication, Dave, Farina, cream of wheat, the implication, you're not saying it. What you're exactly saying is that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west in the northern latitudes, and then the sun rises in the west and sets in the east in the southern latitudes. That's what his implication is. Take him right where he wants to go. And then finally, to have it all, the implication is the northern latitudes, the Earth in the northern latitudes, like spins on a pivot wheel in one direction, and the southern latitudes, the Earth spins in another direction. Did I cover it comprehensively?
Yes, but that's how I got my son, because my son does that 2-star rotation nonsense, and that's what I said. But wait a second. You're saying the stars are moving. I thought the stars are stationary. So you just debunked Earth rotation. Great job, son.
Yeah, but Kiwi, you actually don't know yet just how thick Dave Farina is. I would have said that, yeah, Kiwi knows how stupid Dave Farina is, before I listened to what I listened to yesterday. Now I have to say no. Until you listen to that, you can't know just how stupid Dave Farina is.
Okay, but what was the points that I brought up? I mean, they don't have to be the same points, but they're in the vicinity. Did Boy Zero Sky Grifter say those points?
I can't remember his rebuttal because I don't think he got to give it. Every time he was trying to rebut it, yeah, I don't think it was basically the whole lot for most of what was going on throughout the debate was when he was trying to respond to anything Dave was putting out, Dave was asking him another question in the middle of him trying to respond to it. So you never got to really hear everything that Witsit was trying to say because he could never finish it and he started.
Was that what the audience found objectionable in the live chat?
Well, yeah, I would say that Witsit handled them very well because Witsit was very calm. He didn't allow Dave to trigger him, which is something Dave likes to do. He likes to annoy people, and he didn't get to make all these points simply because Dave didn't want him to, and people just found Dave to be obnoxious and an idiot. That was basically the ballers in the comments was like this guy's an idiot. So even the ballers are against him.
Well, I don't think that was exactly the case. You know why?
Go ahead.
Because I did watch it.
That doesn't alter anything. Tell us your opinion.
I watched it yesterday. Somebody posted it. That's all right. Somebody posted it. Brian posted it for me. And I thought he was giving it to me so we could do it this week Saturday on Ballbusters.
Okay, do you want to give us your differing opinion? Because this is fascinating and all.
Say again? I didn't hear you. I was talking.
I'm trying to say in the politest possible way. Can you get to the point? Because how you got the link isn't really that interesting. I'm just being blunt
I know.
Which is quite
just a
rude.
Brief point.
Sorry.
It was just a brief point. I recovered quickly.
Leave QE alone, you.
You're telling me to get to a point quickly. My God.
Yeah, Brian, you didn't have a horse in this race. Shush.
He's talking to you.
No, he was talking to you, I assure you.
No, I was talking to you, Nathan.
No, he weren't. I know who you were talking to.
I got a bone to pick with QE.
Who does it? Get in line.
Yeah.
In line.
Every time something's happening, like when Danny Faulkner came on, I immediately sent you a message. Why was I not notified that you were going at it with Witsit? Something I've been waiting for the freaking longest time.
Just off the cuff, Neil. It was weird in Discord. He promised, he made a claim that he was going to shut the 24/7 down afterwards.
Really?
Yeah, let me go in there and make sure it might be gone.
Am I missing
One
something?
second,
You went back and forth with Witsit, and at the end he threatened to shut the server down. Did I just hear that right?
Yes. It was more or less a shit show. Mr. Baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion. He was, claim, but I was trying to hold him to every claim he made. So when he'd make a claim, I'd say, okay, support it. QE, I wanted to debate you years ago. I got the messages on Skype. Okay, post them. Oh, you were so scared of my Witsit. Post them. So we went on for 30 minutes with him posting anything. So it was worthless. Then it really turned bad because he got a bunch of his cronies in there. Once he Jedi mind trick, right? Whining for him. Why is he being muted? Oh, he's not supporting what he said. I mean, that's our standard here, isn't it? No one's above reproach. You make a claim, support it. It's very simple. Yeah, it went down. Good.
I remember now why I couldn't give an answer to what Witsit's response was. It's because, excuse me, I'm eating. I was audibly responding to what Dave Farina was saying. And I blocked out basically most of what Witsit was saying, because as Witsit was responding to him, I was responding to Dave Farina while driving my car, laughing, and people watching me. Because every time I heard anything from Dave Farina, I instantly started responding in my own mind, and it came out audibly. Literally, I was sitting there and I'm driving on my own. So that's why I can't tell you exactly what Witsit said, because I didn't listen to it, I don't think.
All right. So we'll get to hear it, I guess. Are we going to do that this Saturday on Ballbusters, or are you going to go through it, Nathan? Or are we going to do both?
There's no way I'll get to the end. So, yeah, I think it would be great if we could, wherever I get to, if you're happy to sort of collab in that regard, and we'll get to a stage.
No, Nathan, no. We'll do it from the start. Because I need to hear what QE has to say from the start of the video to the end. And what Adam has to say. And you too, obviously, and everyone else. But I don't want this nonsense where we do part of a video and then we do the other part. Nah. You do it right, or you don't do it at all.
Oh, shut up. What are you babbling about?
So, you're one of these fast way out guys.
You know what's even more sickening than Witsit? That's the ones that his little cronies that he has with him. I can just imagine how that went the other night.
Yep. Him and his electric field theory. I said, is that a scientific theory, Witsit? He said, I got him to say, yeah. It was, just think where it went from there.
Was Dysmo in there holding his hand?
I don't know. It was a train wreck. He train wrecked himself. Of course, like I said, he's a baseless assertion fallacy barrage train. He wouldn't support anything he said. Then he posted one of the messages from Skype, but it didn't have anything to do with his claim. But people were in there, the mods were in there like, what in the world is going on here? And then after we got through electric field theory, where he said it was a scientific experiment, and then when I put his feet to the floor on the subject on what's the hypothesis and give me some background information here, after about 30 minutes of going back and forth and him interrupting, you know why he's interrupting? Because he's a shape-shifting Mr. Magoo ether clown, double-speaking lion Sorat. Boy Zero to Sky Grifter, projectile diarrhea motor mouth with his baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy, interspersed with mind-numbing, contradictory, made-up horseshit. Then Nancy Fag objects when people stop him. Then doth protest, why art thou interrupting me? That's
Huey's back.
That shit's at 60. That's who he is. That's all he is. And I told him, I said, if you Jedi mind tricked yourself and after all your subscribers, that you think you could stand before me?
Nice.
I don't think that went over too well.
Damn, I wish I was there.
So it didn't end with a handshake then, I take it.
I don't think that well, I started it off with that more or less. He's nothing. He has no substance. There's nothing. He has no depth. There's nothing there. And then he had the mind-numbing audacity to bring up electrostatics to me. Oh, you should have. Oh, I forgot about that. Him and his Van de Graaff generator and electrostatics. I said, what's electrostatics? There, Witsit. And then he started talking about, he started implying something about static electricity. I said, is electrostatic static electricity? Shits it. Started fumbling and bumbling and yeah, no depth, idiot. You know, in retrospect, back in the day when I gave him all this information on electrostatics, because I wanted to help him out, because he was battling, you know, idiots over on Gem Panda server, and I heard a little debate, and I said, well, what about, I'm talking to myself, what about electrostatics? So I gave him, you know, some references and explained what electrostatics is so he could just wipe the floor with him. Little did I know that I was giving him a Trojan horse, because I understood electrostatics through and through in junior high school, right? Not even counting the fact and chemistry degrees, right? But this guy just uses it superficially. If you ever see him talk about this, the only thing he says is, well, everything is electrostatics in nature. And he gives this little Purdue reference. Yeah, that's from me. But that's as far as it goes. There's nothing below that. There's no depth. No.
Go
ahead. Sorry.
No. You go ahead. Sorry, I thought. Sorry, go ahead.
No, in retrospect, it was a Trojan horse because when he brought it up, I started grilling him on the specifics of electrostatics, which he didn't know because he has no depth. There's nothing there. He's paper mache. So I took him right where he wanted to go with his little stupid Van der Graaf generator, his particle accelerator. So I told him, I said, well, you don't believe in particles, but you're using a particle accelerator. And can you explain to me what are electrostatics? And yeah, everything is held together by electrostatics. Yeah, they're intermolecular and intramolecular bonds. Can you name them for me? Nope. Couldn't do that. And then I asked him to explain how this particle accelerator was manipulating chemical bonds. Yeah, it didn't go well after that. And then he doubled back on electric field theory, right? The little doofus that he is. If I said it was a scientific theory, I misspoke. Get your ass out of here. I'll slap you, you half a sissy. You're done.
Did he say that?
How in the world is he Jedi? Why does he have any subscribers? Can somebody explain that to me? I mean, other than sucking off Globe Dumpster's Bob Heath. Other than that, I understand that part. But now, how does he have any?
Because they like fantasy, Huey. They like fantasy over reality. He provides that with this nonsense of ether.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot this too. He was arguing with me because I brought it up to him. I said, you don't even know the difference between nouns and verbs. I said, you understand that a wave can be a noun also. It's what it is. He said, what's waving here, Chewy? Well, what waves? Well, you find waves in water. Well, water's not a wave, Chewy. Clown. So I posted the noun definition in as my support because, like, I support what I say. And he goes, "Do you believe anything from Merriam-Webster?" This is where it devolved to. So there you go.
Sounds like you had him against the ropes.
Yeah, but it was a train wreck. We were muting each other, and people were chiming in. You know how it goes. It was a dumpster fire. But we did get those.
You know what? Hold on. Remember when they used to have the one-on-ones in 24/7? What was that called? When everybody had to go on mute? Why didn't they do that?
The arena.
Yes.
I'm really not interested. I mean, if I don't know. Why? Oh, it started with because it started more or less benign. Somebody was in there, and I guess he was Ether supporter, and we were talking about a totally different subject. And he brought up, he chimed in, and he goes, "Why do you have a issue with Witsit?" And I said, "Well, because he's a double-speaking lion sewer rat." And I said, "Here's my support." I said, "Here are 3 double-speaking lies. We're going to play it for you. And then the lie at the end." And I said, "There you go. Any questions?" And of course, he diverted the topic away, but then I don't know how it went after he probably contacted Witsit, then popped in. There you go.
Oh, Witsit popped in after, so he wasn't there when you said that. Somebody probably called him, and then he jumped in and got his ass handed to him. Brilliant.
During my debate with Witsit, was it late last year, whenever it was, or early this year, whenever it was, the last time I was debating them though, I never got to get to any of the topics I wanted to get to because we never got into the debate because the whole thing was based around him giving out about Nathan and you and me having to, and I knew it would have to do it, look for him to support the things that he said that he was claiming concerning you and Nathan and different things. And
Did he do it? That was brilliant.
No, it was good for that, but there was no topic. We never got to any real topic other than the Michelson-Morley came up briefly. But one of the things I wanted to hold him to task to is that anytime he was asked about gas behavior and how gases go up, when he's claiming a downward bias, was like, because his claim is, oh, well, gases escape, or the gas behavior. I can't remember exactly how he described it a couple of times. But basically, gas behavior overcomes the electrostatic downward bias, right? Kind of like with gravity. The exact thing to say with gravity, right? But I wanted to bring up to him that water vapor, just going to start with water vapor because it's the most well-known molecule by any general person, H2O, that has covalent bonds. And covalent bonds are what they're calling part of what they describe as electrostatics, because it's an intramolecular bond. So why is water vapor going up? Because his claim is that all things go down because of electrostatics. Well, what about molecules of gas? But I never got to that point because I never got to a load of different things. But
because
of the way the thing
kept holding him to validate what he was saying about flat Earth debate, which shows he has nothing. He has fantasy.
But that's what he wanted too, and I knew I couldn't avoid that because I knew that's what he wanted. Rather than getting into the nitty-gritty about that, because I was going to bring up airplanes as well, concerning his claims to do with interferometry and altitude. It's like, well, if what you're saying is true, then this will have to be accounted for with the 3 interferometers within an airplane. The ring laser gyros within this would have to be, ring laser gyros. It would have to be accounted for. The claims he makes concerning light moving faster in one direction than the other, with altitude and different things like that.
Yeah, when light doesn't have a speed.
It's I don't know how he was going to get around it. Because
I'll tell you how. Projectile diarrhea motor mouth with baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy. That's what he does. So he gets people off their game. That's what he did. And then he didn't support anything that he said. Does it every single time. He's a moron. That he's Jedi mind tricked these flat earthers. I can't believe it. You got to be. I blame the flat earth. I'm just going right to the flat earthers. I'm not going to do anything with fucking shits.
And you're right to do it.
Right to flat earthers that have been Jedi mind tricked. Right? Are you stupid or something? Yes, they are. Most of the flat earthers are. Yep. I mean, just simple things. Oh, and by the way, I've been doing binge videos because I've been gone for some time. The new thing with Michelson-Morley is now the MMX.
What's that?
Have you heard that before? Have you heard that over the past few weeks?
No.
Guess what the MMX is?
Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yep. They get out of saying experiment by saying MMX. These little lifeless weasels.
Oh, you kidding me?
Nope. That's how they're getting around.
Sad.
Yeah. Keep your ear to the grindstone. You'll hear it. MMX. Believable.
They're still calling it an experiment. I don't care how they put initials and try to hide it. They're still saying that it's an experiment.
Just keep your ears open. It'll cross your desk. I'm sure of it.
I remember when I first, the second time when I went over to his channel, the second time I had, well, not really a debate, but it kind of half nearly turned into one. I didn't realize. Now I knew about inter and intramolecular bonds at the time. I knew what they were, right? But I didn't realize that when he was bringing up electrostatics, that he was referring to them, because I didn't realize that they were referred to as electrostatics.
No, he didn't know that they were chemical bonds, dude. He still does. as of the other night, he still didn't know until I told him.
This is the thing, you see. I was when he bring up electrostatics, it was in the vein of static electricity. If I knew at the time that he was referring to inter and intramolecular bonds, then that would have been a completely different thing altogether. But I was trying to argue with him about static electricity, and he was arguing about from a position of inter and intramolecular bonds. But I don't think he realised that they weren't static electricity. It wasn't static. Does he realise that that's not? Do you know what I mean? Like the chemical bonds, they're not claimed to be static electricity. You know what I mean? And, but I was kind of confused when I was talking to him.
Listen, you're still
because
dumb.
he didn't know. Yeah, I am.
He didn't know until I told him. Until I tightened his shot group. That's why I said it. He said no depth. There's nothing there. It's just superficial nonsense. He's just gawking, right? That's all he's doing with most of the topics.
Well, when he started that,
dynamic equivalence horse shit.
But when he started that electrostatics, he was talking about static electricity. Because I remember he used his TV, putting his hand in front of his TV, and they're two different things.
Yeah, it's at that level. So there you go. Well, it's not going to change. Nothing's going to change. He's Jedi mind
my
tricked.
question, my question is: Did Bob know?
Bob know what?
No,
That it's not actually. Did he actually know that it wasn't? They wasn't talking about static electricity.
No, Bob wasn't involved in this. But electrostatics. Did Bob ever talk about it? I don't. Now, this wasn't brought up until I gave it to Witsit. Now, unless Witsit told Bob, I never heard Bob talk about it. But he might have. But I just didn't hear him.
I think when they
It doesn't matter.
he be talking to when he was talking to Mitch Australia, him and I believe it was another guy. They was talking about it, electrostatics. They was talking about it, but but they was coming from the same. They was talking about pretty much a downward bias, but the way they was explaining it was the way that Brian was explaining. But they was explaining in the way of it was static electricity. Everything is electric. So I was saying, do they know? Because they explaining it pretty much the same way.
Do they know what? Who are they? And do they know what?
Because when Globebusters talk about it, they talk about it. They're not saying that it's like a chemical bond. So if you're saying if it's a chemical bond is versus an electric bond dealing with a static electricity.
No. They're chemical bonds. Intra and intermolecular forces are chemical bonds. So I don't know what Globe Dumpsters. I don't watch them. Idiots haven't watched them for 6 years. So I don't know what they're doing. We're going all over the place here. Don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep this in mind that all of his knowledge is superficial. It's just on the surface. So all you got to do is just dig down just a little deeper. Just from get deep. Just go just a touch deeper, and he's compromised.
I think that's why he didn't want to. He didn't want to get any specific topic with me.
Of course not.
When we were, because I wouldn't mind only the topics we were basically talking about. Well, if it came to Lite and that's a topic I'm weak on. But I think, the little bit of information I did have was enough. You see,
yeah, but Brian, that was his tactic, Brian.
That's why they don't like us. We expose their surface level regurgitation of garbage. Whereas here, right, it's almost like a sin to do such a thing. So the other week, in your absence, QE, Brian, I can't remember what the subject is. I'm really sorry, Brian. That's not a testament to my point, but it kind of is also. Brian was pointing out something that I was a bit lackluster in my understanding of. And he's he's almost offended that I don't understand it to the level that he does, to the point where he's going to drag me around by my short hairs till I do understand it. Well, my point is that it's almost offensive here. If you're a surface level regurgitator and you can't then back that up with a good understanding of why you've said what you've said, that's sneered at in this by us amongst ourselves, isn't it?
Of course. Yeah, because you're a pretender clown, fraud.
Right. And that is the essence of what we do. So it's not. I've been questioning in the last month or so, why would it be that, you know, your Dave Weisses or your Jarens or your Witsits would want to oppose what we do when we offer them up the highest standard of argument? Well, could it be that because to use that argument, you really have actually got to have a good understanding, and what they want to actually use is a surface level understanding, and we would insist on a higher standard. So therefore, it's just easier to oppose us.
It's a part of it. That's a small part of it, yes.
Small part. Okay, thank you.
It's
My input's been of small value.
It's a small part of the whole dynamic. There's a whole numpty dipshit dynamic when they want to, because all they're really doing, and I hope this doesn't offend everyone, all they're really doing is adulterating flat Earth with their Tootsie Roll dicks. That's all they're doing. If you guys can't see through this, not you guys on the panel, if you flat earthers can't see that I don't know what to say. Maybe time to go.
Well, it seems to me that people are drawn to any. Just 1 second. It seems to me that people are drawn to anybody who can give 50 million explanations, and people don't ask for the validation of the explanation. As you said at the start, when you first came in, explanations mean nothing without validation, which is very true. And this is the world we live in, where people have a bad habit of this. They just, well, this person has loads of explanations. That must mean what they're saying is true. No, it doesn't. One doesn't mean the other. You know, sorry, whoever was going there, off you go.
Yeah, but Brian, that happened to me too. I thought everything was peachy cream with the Mickelson-Morley. It wasn't until I came to Flat Earth Debate and started hearing Huey and Nathan and you guys speaking and breaking down stuff that I didn't know. So a lot of people are ignorant to it.
Well,
That's
what
the
I did
problem.
with it, what I did with Neil,
This guy's been
when
trying
I
to get it in
first
for
came
like two or 3 minutes now. You've handed the bat to him, then Neil took it over. Go ahead, whoever that was from Discord.
Oh, this is flat out truth. What I was thinking is it's pride. Pride, it keeps people from opening themselves up to new ideas. Plus, there's a lot of people have put a lot of time and effort saying, like a Witsit with the ether, he's so committed, he can't just let it go. It's just like you see preachers do it all the time. That's why they want to admit to flat Earth, because they're so pushed on the other agendas. Globes won't do it because it crushes their pride that they've been fooled all their life without any evidence and understanding. That's just my take.
I agree with that. That if you have an agenda, people with agendas that have been pushing an agenda, when it comes to the crunch point, where what you've been pushing is not the case, it's not working, it's not correct, that's the point that is the most difficult point to make a U-turn at. Because that's like, I either make a U-turn and admit it was all wrong, which I don't see Witsit doing concerning ether or whatever, or I keep pushing it regardless, which is exactly what anti-flat earthers did. They realized that it's not a globe, but what do? I either admit to myself and the world is not, or I go completely against those who are saying it is. And that's what seems to happen. It's like, I won't accept. It's just a lack of acceptance. We all have it up to a point, but some people, agendas are the biggest problem. Because if you've been pushing an agenda, you can go back on something if you just thought it was true. But if that thing is something that you made into an agenda, then it's hard to go back on it.
Yeah, but once I found out that it wasn't science, because I learned what the scientific method was, I immediately just turned away from it.
But
And I
ironically,
just don't think people know.
That's something that would get praised here. I'm not suggesting that you go out of your way to invent a false narrative to then, have the humility to stand next to that form of belief and point it out to you, yourself, everyone around you. But if that happens, when that happens, which occasionally does, we're full of applause and praise for people who have the humility to be able to do that. We all get it wrong. We all are just people that are fallible. So, Witsit, you say can't turn his back because he's got an agenda. Yeah, he can. He wouldn't have any. Well, maybe it's his audience that he's worried about more than us. It's easier to just decry us in all regards. So, but you know what I'm getting at. He wouldn't get. We wouldn't suddenly hold it against him and like, well, you're the old. You used to think ether. You know what I mean? It's not like with refracted curvature. We don't go, well, you used to be a baller.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't hold
Self-pride again. You know what I mean, Nathan? I mean, like, you guys and a lot of us that are using just measurement, we are just going for truth. That's why, it doesn't matter about what they think. It's the measurement. But these guys are like pot committed. It's a personal thing to drop your pride. It's really hard. I mean, especially as men.
But they're claiming measurement and scientific proof as well, you see, and this is the problem. Measurement is something that is hijacked by Witsit, let's just say, when it comes to interferometry. He's talking about these measurements of interferometry, which proved X, Y, and Z. And for me, they prove absolutely nothing. For him, they're the best thing ever, and I don't know why, but for me, they prove absolutely nothing. And then there's the claim of scientific evidence. Bit by bit by bit. Like, even within the last debate I had with him, he was trying to put it forward to me towards the end that what was happening in the Van de Graaff generator was a dependent variable. And I'm like, it's not. You know what I mean? And he was basically saying that he was going to go forward with that as a dependent variable. I said, well, I don't hold much hope for it.
Well, that's not the worst of it. He'll state on one side of his mouth the MMX with light traveling, and then come out a few seconds later and challenge you about light traveling. I mean, what in the world is going on out here? Are you guys eating lead paint chips or something? Flat earthers. Here's another one that's hilarious. His philosophical stance, this booger-eating numpty moron, he states falsification is independent of replacement. That's one of his philosophical stances, right? But no more than 5 minutes later, goes and replaces gravity. What? Huh? What? Didn't you just say before falsification is independent of replacement? You just contradicted yourself. And he'll do it constantly. No one calls him out. Why is that?
I think Witsit is an expert at playing both sides. I'm not saying he's intentionally playing both sides. Sorry.
That's not both sides. That's a straight up contradiction.
Stupid.
That's not playing both sides. That's just a straight up contradiction he's pointing out.
Yeah, but I don't mean that he's intentionally playing both sides. What I mean is that he's using flat out, let's say, the honest flat out position. Like, it's like, this is not what you can't prove the thing you're saying. This is what's shown in reality. But then he's using their trick of hijacking something in reality and trying to make it into something it's not, which is what they did. But because he's on the flat earth side, it's accepted with the exception of us and a few others that watch us, without critique. You know what I mean? He's doing what they do, but he's on our side. So to me, that's like playing both sides. Well, I'm not saying he's doing it intentionally, but he's using the honesty of flat Earth, which is just honest. It's like, well, I don't experience this rotating globe. That's not what I experience in my life. I don't experience these things. So that, you know what I mean? That's an honest position to take. He's starting off with that, but then he's using the very same tricks they've used. This is why he's trying to replace a force of gravity with another downward bias heap of nonsense. It doesn't exist. But there isn't a downward bias. We don't experience a downward bias. So it's only a matter of time before, this is why, just like with the gravity thing, he has to continually modify his claim because it's meeting with problems. Eventually, what he's claiming will be a big damn sight different from what he originally started claiming, simply because he has to continually mutate the claim.
Yeah, well, Bob did the same thing. Bob constantly tried to replace gravity, and Witsit is a perfect partner for him. Here's the answer to gravity. Dielectric acceleration. Here's your downward bias when there is no freaking downward bias.
Well, it's a two-prong attempt. He's looking to replace a force of gravity, something that was already replaced by general relativity, with dielectric acceleration, but then he's looking to replace general relativity as well with ether. It's like none of them are real. They don't require replacing.
Wait, yeah. When Einstein is a bedfellow of his, ether believer. It's mind-numbing.
No, they claim that Einstein. They claim that Einstein, like, not hid the ether, but left it out. That's the last thing I got from the Terrence Howard guy on what's his name?
Who
Joe
cares what
Rogan.
they say, Neil? And they support it, like I said before. Nope.
Yeah, ether is part of Einstein's general relativity.
Yep.
It's like a backbone of it. The whole thing can't work without him adding in that claim.
There you go.
But you know what Witsit said to me about that? Witsit said, that's a different ether.
That's not my logical framework. Trying to pull that nonsense with me. Logical framework. Citation, please. How can something in physical reality just be a logical framework, you moron? He's just making shit up. Everything is made up. Now, sometimes he goes back to the flat earth proofs. You know, the 2015 flat earth proofs, he'll go back there. Right? That's all he'll do.
Yeah, but
What's
you
his
had Johnny in here the other. Sorry.
Boy. Go ahead, Neil.
Oh, you're talking about ether. Johnny was in here the other day, and he thinks it's scientifically validated too.
Who cares? Oh, and then he tried to pull that nonsense. Yeah, I said that my position was that it's not science. Well, our position wasn't that your position that ether was science. You just made that up. What is it first? And then we'll get to maybe there's some science with it after that. But the first step is, what the hell is it, son? Oh, it's a logical frame. Get out. Yeah, I'll slap you, you half a sissy. Logical framework.
That's what we said to Johnny too. What is ether? And then they started telling you about all these other things, but not ether.
Vibration and the vibration. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, it's exactly the same thing as asking someone about gravity. They can't show you it, right? They can't demonstrate it. They can only do something and claim that gravity caused it or gravity is involved.
Yeah, it's a false cause fallacy.
Yeah, they can't show you gravity. Yeah, sorry.
It's called a false cause fallacy.
False cause?
Yeah. False cause fallacy.
Yes,
or they don't mention the cause. Sense. They just assume the cause, but still a false cause fallacy. Can't demonstrate it. Look it up.
Well, as I said earlier at the live show, I was just pointing out that every single thing when it comes to heliocentrism, the globe in general, they start off with the hijacking of something in reality. Now, that could be just a little flat plane measurement, or it could be a natural effect of temperature and pressure, or some other effect of some kind, whether it be an optical effect of perspective, whatever it is. They start off with this thing, and they build on that and create a claim out of that, ignoring the thing that they hijacked. Well, Witsit and them are doing the same thing. They're starting off with things that are in reality, whatever those things are. And then from that, they're using that to build a claim after that. It's the same thing as what the ballers do. It's a hijack of reality. That's the step one.
Yeah, but they don't. some ballers do doublespeak, but they're too stupid to realize it. But how can light travel faster in one direction, but yet at the same time not travel and be already there?
Yeah, how can it be? Yeah.
How is that possible? How do you let him say that? Not you personally, Brian. I'm talking to the audience. What does that Jedi mind trick you? And then he goes off into another subject real quick, right? And then you forget about the doublespeak you just witnessed.
I think we can blame Brian, though.
What?
We can also blame Brian. I mean, it's not unreasonable to blame him.
Well,
Brian
like
did
that
debate
is that
twice.
exact thing. Go on, Reg.
I was going to say, Brian, you did debate him twice.
Yeah, so partially you're fully responsible.
Well, the joke I made after the I was only shown one time and I debated him 2 other times. So after 3 times of interacting with him, after the last time, I made the joke that the darkness is the light, because that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that light manifests itself, right? It's already there, but it manifests itself. Now, where could light how do you determine light? It's determined from dark. How do you determine dark? It's determined from light. What is dark? The absence of light. What is light? The absence of dark, right? You could want to kind of give it a 50-50, right? What they're claiming is that light manifests itself from the dark, because it can't come from light. Light is not manifesting itself from light because we already have light. So it has to manifest itself from somewhere where there isn't light. That would be dark.
Yeah,
so the darkness is.
But then they set you up. They're going to screw the pooch and bring up non-visible light, and then what are you going to do?
But they're not even. But it doesn't matter, because once they mention light, then that's all of light. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if they bring up non-visible light. That's just what my joke is based off of what they're claiming. But just as you pointed out a few minutes ago, this is their contradiction. They're also claiming light is a movement. But if it's just manifesting that it's already there and it's just manifesting, then how can it have a movement? A movement would be absolutely so far the opposite side of the. You know what I mean? If it's manifesting from it's already there, it doesn't need to travel there, then, does it? What's the point of it traveling to the dark?
No, it just gets exciting.
It's already there.
Here's their hook, Brian. This is their hook. They want to find out things. They're not going to be stuck talking all day long about angles and measurements. They want to get out there and discover things. So people latch onto that. Like, yeah, these guys are movers and shakers. They want to find out what light is.
Yeah, so they're bullshit. What you're saying is they're bullshitters, frauds, and charlatans, and people are taken in by that type of person.
Exactly.
Willingly.
Light has been studied.
I got caught into it, like to make it personal. I got caught into it before I understood what science is. I think how people get caught into it is what you guys explained earlier when you said that explanation without validation is pretty much inaccurate. A lot of people just like to hear explanations of things and say, "Oh, that sounds great. Oh, yeah, he got an explanation for that. That sounds great. Oh, the ether, that sounds great. He got an explanation for that. That sounds when you hear things like logical frameworks and deductive reasoning, and this is logical and things like that. Without the principle of science, right, being empirical, you was basically subject to what people beliefs are and what people believe or perceive to be logical.
The acid test you put it through, if that's what it boils down to, but it does sound believable as a result of those things, then all you do is substitute the word ether for something that isn't ether, so unicorns, and then use that word in substitution of what they're claiming to descend it into farce, and then use the words that they've also claimed to justify it. So if they're saying it's a logical framework that justifies why unicorns make the sky blue, and if it sounds utterly absurd based on the standard that's put next to unicorns instead of ether, it makes your mind focus on how absurd the standard they're using is. Does that make sense?
Exactly. But without nobody challenging it and saying, well, what validates it? That's what tests it. So without the actual test, I believe this is why they try to get rid of the principle of science. They like to say that science is another logical framework or another deductive reasoning, when science actually is empirical study. It cannot be empirical if it's not proving things in reality, because reality basically is go under the reason of the law of non-contradiction, and both things cannot be true. So it actually proves things in reality. That's what makes it empirical. But if you just say no, empirical is actually deductive reasoning, and things make sense this way, and this is logical framework, then you're taking away empirical, but you're hijacking what is empirical or what is true. That's basically you just hijacking things. You're hijacking empirical for your beliefs. And I believe that's what people basically fall victims to until they see, like you guys. Like when I first seen Brian and Witsit, get in the debate, when I think Brian was on Witsit's show, and Brian was holding Witsit to task about the ether. I think they was talking about the ether the first time, and he said, "Well, what proves it?" When Witsit basically admitted that, "Well, this isn't science. Science is not going to validate this." I said, "Well, wait a minute. I seen on your thing that you said that it is actually science. It's there's some experiment that basically proves it." But when Brian basically hold them to like, well, if it isn't, if it's not science, then how can you say that it's validated? How is you validating this claim then? And they say, oh, well, it just works. It's more, it makes sense. Wait a minute, that's not what you said in your presentation and the debates you had. So when people when you take away the validation and just allow people to just explain things to you, and you only going under people's assumptions, you still following people's religion in that aspect. I believe validation is um very important whenever people is making claims, whether it's a scientific principle, whether empirical measurement, like which like the hijack empirical measurements, whether you're talking about something that's in reality, something that you can observe in reality, and how do you validate it? Not you just providing an explanation for it. How is it actually validated? What principle are you using or method you're using to validate this claim? But if it's only it makes sense, this may be true because this is the only thing that can happen. This is the only thing that we can see for now, and that's not validating it, is it?
Well, that requires a couple of things on the part of the person listening to Witsit, which is either, well, you can either have the person like yourself who has a high degree of discernment and can pick through what he's saying, or you have, as it was also part of your example, someone like Brian, who not only has a high level of discernment, but is eloquent enough to be able to pick it apart on the fly and point out the garbage to the audience. Then obviously it's a lot easier for the audience to understand the nonsense like you have just explained it, Reg. Is that Reg?
Correct.
That's right, Jack.
That's why there's so many parallels with this in religion, because the only thing I would disagree with in your analysis is that people are falling victim to this. I think for the most part, the Western society or any other society that's been influenced by heliocentrism, they seem to like, there's zealots and they're fantasists, and I think that they like it. And so if something comes along that is just it's not sexy, it's true, it's provable, it's empirical, it's simple, and people hate simple. They want fantasy. And in some ways, I think they want to stay in their previous religious system, heliocentrism, but they want it packaged in a different way, because when they run into this a cognitive dissonance where they have to have the truth revealed to them and have to embrace it almost because it's too logical and it is what they experience. They don't want to just exchange one for the other now. They want to mix the two together. So now that we have Space-Time 2.0, which is the ether, you can have your cake and eat it too. Oh, well, it's obvious that the earth is flat, but I still want to keep some of my fantasy. It's kind of like, well, the gospel is very simple and that's all I really need. But this other religious system packages all the old pagan Babylonianism with a facade of Christianity. And so now I can be a member of this church. So people don't want to abandon their old systems. They like their old systems. They like their old fantasy, and they like to kind of combine the two. And that's what, flat earth is dividing into denominations now. Whether you like it or not, this is just the nature of man. Some people are going to go with the truth. Some people are going to keep their old religious system. And it's up to them what they want to do.
That's good, because in a way, the people you're talking about aren't the general normies. The zealots you describe are either flat earth believers, or if they're converting, anti-flat earthers. They're just on the path to conversion. But those people, as I've been moaning about it for years, how have they come to the subject? Have they come through, looking at the stock prices and then suddenly stumbling on flat earth? No. How have they come here? They've come here from conspiratorial paths, haven't they? So if the Pied Piper that is Witsit wants to lead all the rats away, then that's fine by me. Because all the people who want what you have just described, the fantasy, the replacement for the former religion, I don't see those as the normal populace. I don't see that as the masses. I don't see the normal people out there leaning towards conspiracy. Yeah? So that guy we covered today, the quartering, when Stinky Cash summed him up in his summary of the debate that he was critiquing, Stinky Cash that is, he was like describing the quartering guy as conspiracy light. He scrapes the surface level of this, but on the whole he's just a normie, buying into normie values. But he, the quartering guy, does not represent the rest of the normie society. Most of them aren't that concerned about the religion of heliocentrism and aren't that attached to it. They understand it at base level and just get on with their day, but they're not going to involve themselves in zealotry when it comes to an alternative that may be put to them. Most people are generally quite amiable and receptive, and the reaction that you get when you even talk to people on the street about flat earth as a flat earther is very different to the perceived reception that you'll get if you bring up the subject when you bring it up on social media or in a public arena like on YouTube. So in my humble opinion, the people that are being led down this I need a replacement, I need a new fantasy, are flat earth believers or anti-flat earthers. And they'll get given it as, like I say, the Pied Piper leads all these rats away. Like, if you don't just know that earth is measured flat and appreciate that that's not going to fracture you from your friend who just appreciates that the model he formerly thought was the sphere is actually based on flat earth measurements at its heart, at its origin, you have a unified understanding of how earth is measured to move forward with, to not segment, say, society. They can have an understanding that, we all knew all along that the globe earth is a model that better describes how the patterns in the sky can be laid down on paper for predictive purposes. But that doesn't mean we're actually standing on. We all really knew that it was measured flat all along, like we can see from all the evidence that shows that it's measured flat, and that's how we deal with it. So we all knew it all along. But in terms of the conspiratards that come to flat earth and are like, I want to believe the earth is flat and that there's a giant conspiracy to lie about the globe to us, it's like, you've separated this subject matter in a category error into a false dichotomy debate that doesn't need to take place. We, on the other hand, are appealing to the normie society. Earth's measured flat, you knew it all along. That's my attitude moving forward. So if those people do fragment from us, it's like, they're the believers. They wanted the fantasy that we call the Feast of Nonsense. They wanted the ice walls and domes. We are realists. We know it's measured flat. Do we have grandiose claims to substitute in where you formerly thought you had claims satisfied with the globe? Well, no, we don't need to give you those, and you don't need them. And if you are a pioneer to find out the answers that you formerly thought you had, now that you know you haven't got them, then good for you. You don't have to charge them at me. You don't have to put them on my desk. And it doesn't mean the Earth isn't the way it's measured just because there isn't an answer now where you thought you had one before on a globe. There's a good chance what the globe explained, origins notwithstanding, in a flat Earth, has the same explanation it always did. Just doesn't mean you're standing on a spherical surface. So and I've said this last couple of weeks, this could be the linchpin. It really could. You've got to go from harshly opposed and ridiculed to accepted as having always been the case, and there's got to be something in between. There's got to be a linchpin, as I'm describing it, the thing that you yank and the whole thing just mixes up together. Well, in my opinion, if everything has got, it's not my opinion, the fact that everything has its origins in flat Earth measurements means that there is a route for people to say, oh, well, I always knew that it was measured flat. Oh yeah, I mean, I like the space, idea and orbits and that, but I always knew that that's how we deal with it, and it's measured flat. There's a justification to retain that understanding that you still have in faith for a globe, with a simultaneous respect and understanding for how that model you have or had a faith in had its origins in the measurements of reality that are there if you want to look for them and haven't changed. It's not been suppressed. It's not been hidden. You can't suppress flat Earth for the same reasons that you can't suppress celestial navigation YouTube videos. You can't just get rid of them because they're describing the reality of how we measure the Earth. That's why we're still here. But there is, like I say, a linchpin to be pulled if you just start highlighting to everybody how Earth is actually dealt with. It is that simple. And it needs to be for there to be a radical change, in my opinion. It needs to be simple.
It is.
And
It's just not. It's not palatable, or it doesn't give the individual. See, the society has been trained to be fantasists. Or the society has been trained to hand over their intellectual authority to complete strangers. We call them scientists or priests or pseudoscientists in this case, right? So they're lazy. They don't want to go ahead and take responsibility for their own worldview. They don't actually want to measure the Earth. They don't actually want to think logically. They want to have it fed to them, and they want it to be palatable and plausible. And that relieves them of all responsibility.
No, I think. Sorry, but I think it's actually the normal position to trust your authority figures. That's the whole thing about conspiracy theory. It is the normal position to trust the people who are in authority, the people who are supervising you. It is what they believe. You don't, you kind of subsidize most of the things that you believe in life because you're mostly trying to get by the day. So the thing is that this had to be taught from the beginning.
Well, that's my point. That's what I'm challenging. You say it's normal. I'm saying it's trained, right? It's trained. It's embedded within the society. You call it normal. I call it training. People defer to the authority.
No, I think that's actually the normal position. I think that is what everybody says, the appeal to authority, but that's actually not a fallacy to just have people
I didn't say that.
No, but I'm saying that the normal position is to trust the people in authority, and it's not due to laziness. It's not due to none of that. I think that's what kind of puts us in a position where we're trying to fight against, society norms.
Right. I think what you're saying is we have a society based on trust, and there's nothing wrong with that until people exploit it.
Exactly. Until the trust is broken and people are proven wrong.
Yeah, but also bear in mind that it's well known in psychological circles that children, a stage of development in which this trust association with the internal and external world takes place, usually supposed to be from their parent or tribe. So this is like a literal human function. It can't be severed from the human condition.
Excuse me. I just wanted to make a shout out to the bitch. That's AI who's speaking now. How's it going? I never knew you were a bitch. Now you're a bitch.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Uh-oh. What happened now?
No, you were called a bitch the other night. I never knew you were one. I was surprised.
Oh.
No, is that it?
I must have. It must have been so traumatic that I blocked it out because I don't remember.
You don't remember that? He called you that about 5-6 times.
Who? Me?
No. Boy Zero, Sky Grifter.
Witsit called you a bitch, did he, AI?
What?
AI is a bitch.
I've been called worse.
That's all right. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. I just wanted to bring it up. I asked Maggie too. I said, "Is AI an actual bitch?" I think Maggie said yeah.
I concur.
All right. So that's consensus. Therefore, it must be true.
Yes, that's correct. That's how the world works. I found that out about 8 years ago to my horror. If we all agree, then that is the world. Bitch.
Hey, guess what? That's actually a metaphysical position that some people hold, that the aggregate human consciousness is, in fact, the creator itself, and therefore, a change in mind will sufficiently change reality because reality in mind is a causal loop.
Sure,
So, as silly as it sounds, there are people who believe this.
Well, no, I wasn't going to disagree and say it all sounded silly. The justification you give, I'm not saying it sounds good or is correct either, but the justification you give works at a deep level that you can justify in the way you have for those people. I know we're calling them silly, but at a base level, even though people don't have the complex justification you just gave, they do genuinely believe that. That is to say, your average normie believes in a consensus reality.
My sister-in-law does. No matter what I tell her, she says the experts know better.
Yeah.
Everybody can't be wrong and you's right.
That's what the two guys were talking about earlier, right? When was it Himsake and No Tanks? That's in essence what they're talking about. We have a trust-based society, so therefore, if all the experts agree, then that is our reality, and we trust the experts to explain our reality. If we didn't have that system, if that wasn't the way of the world, no, we wouldn't be on a ball flying through space right now. That is the facts of the matter. It's because of that being our nature that we're on a ball.
Yeah, but that's what but then I asked my sister-in-law, but what about if they're proven wrong? You still hold to what they say, even if it's demonstrated that they are wrong or incorrect?
Yeah, do you remember, as you brought up the papier-mâché, Wakey talking to that female astrophysicist, and he asked her the same question, and her answer was, if it's wrong, well, then we'll alter the model. That's her answer.
That's right. She did say that.
Yeah, so we'll bring consensus in model format into alignment with our new understanding, making everything square and perfect, and the consensus reality continues. Neil, trust me.
Yeah, most people's positions aren't changed by facts and evidence. It's usually something less believable, something more believable. Like I said, it's more people's it's in trust. It's somebody who is saying it. So that's kind of how people like who you believe. That's what the whole religious ethos is about. Is you're trusting somebody who's passing on information to you, and you're holding these things sacred across multiple generations. And a lot of information, a lot of belief system is pushed by that. And I forget who was it who said that science isn't changed by, or it's changed one funeral at a time. I think it was Max Planck. Yeah, he was something about that.
Yeah, it's a con. What's a con? Well, confidence. Where does that come from? Well, the idea that one man can instill enough confidence in another man to deceive them and take their money from them. Confidence trickster. Yeah? Scam artist. That trust that we instill or can have instilled in us by another person is how we have our good consciousness, our reason, sometimes our decency taken away from us. Because we are trusting. People don't have good reasoning skills. They have instinctual trust in authorities, consensus, all the things that we're discussing. That is what is taken advantage of. And once it's been put in place, people will fight to protect that, which they then form part of their belief structure with, because they want to defend it as they understand and don't want to be seen to be too trusting, because that's stupid. You should have good discernment, most people think, but they don't exercise good discernment, they exercise trust. Then you have rinse and repeaters and regurgitators and the comprehensive education system as a result of that.
How do you operate the big con, though, Nathan? You start. Let me just finish the con. You start with a couple of crumbs. You throw them a few crumbs. You give them victory. You give them victory, whether it's financial or something else. So it builds their confidence. But really, you're just setting them up for the big kill. It's exactly what this whole globe thing is.
I'd have to disagree briefly on a small point there. The point I disagree on is this. It's that not that people are trusting, it's that people are lazy, and specifically intellectually lazy. They're not physically lazy, but they are intellectually lazy. People accept others as experts without ever validating that they're actual experts of anything, or even validating what they're supposed to be an expert in. What is this? What does it mean to be a claimed expert in this thing? That's the problem. People just don't want to deal with they don't want to deal with either taking basically intellectual responsibility. This is why the situation that happened in recent years, people are still trying to blame the experts. It's like, you're to blame for your decisions. You know what I mean? And they know this. The people in charge know this. If you're a manipulative type person and you're smart enough to be able to watch human behavior, you'll very quickly, you won't need to be too smart to see that people will just accept somebody as being legit without any validation. And that's where the problem lies with humanity in the world.
That's correct, because my sister-in-law, when I presented the measurements to her, she couldn't deny the measurements. So what she did then was, I don't want to talk about it. So basically, she's being lazy, because she could look into it just the way I laid it down for her, how Earth is measured flat. She could look into it, but she's too lazy, and she'll say, I don't want to talk about it. The experts know. What are you dumb flat earthers know?
Yeah, intellectually lazy. Yeah, go ahead, AI.
It sounds like there's a psychological predisposition to create frameworks of engaging in reality that rely on trust systems that is imprinted upon you as a methodological of success for survival as an infant into toddlerhood. It's almost like this is the way humans are. Interesting. I would submit to the audience that that is the way humans are. You can't change it. I mean, the idea that someone must assess everything themselves and validate everything themselves before they can engage in the world would stifle people's ability to do anything. And so now, where am I going to spend my time? Right? It's not important to them. For example, your sister, she's never hit a brick wall where this proposition mattered in her life. Then why would she spend time on it? You instead of just presenting facts to her, like I've told people before, you know, most people don't come to their positions, like the other homeboy said, based on just pure facts. There's two other parts of the human psyche, right? You have logos, pathos, and ethos, right? If they didn't arrive at their position through logos, then you're not going to get them out of their position necessarily through logos. So if you ignore 2/3 of the individual, right? Think about it. They're made up of three parts, and you're ignoring 2/3 of them, and then you want them to take you seriously. You're literally ignoring who they are. Why would they care what you have to say?
Good point.
Negative.
I mean, negative.
I've done more than just explain things to my sister-in-law. I'm just giving an example.
Well, look, you'll never be.
That may be the
you'll
case.
never be.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll go after.
I was just saying that it may be a case that the conditionals that I just said don't apply in your instance. However, this does apply across many people when they deal with other people, right? They struggle with dealing with people because they're focused on only one portion of the psyche. And they say, why can't you see things my way? I keep telling you the facts over and over and over again. Well, maybe that's not what they care about. And maybe they think, if you're just telling me these facts, it's like, for example, why are they relevant to me, right? You have to make it relevant. Otherwise, it's just trivia, right? Which is why trivia is called trivia, right? Because it's trivial to them. All right, go ahead.
Well, I try to make it real by saying that go ahead, Brian. I'll go after you.
Well, the problem we have is that you'll never be a sage or you'll never be a prophet in your own town, kind of thing. It's like no matter what I have to say, the people that live around me and know me and have seen me my whole life, they're not going to see me as a knowledgeable authority figure. So if I start pointing out that people that they would see on TV are wrong and saying that these people are this, that, or the other thing, or that's not science, or this, that, they'll go, okay. If they can't say much in rebuttal to me, they'll go, okay. But I won't be accepted or listened to like the person on TV.
We're trying,
It's
Brian.
not going to happen.
While you're correct, we'll take you seriously eventually.
I know you don't take me serious. But
Yeah, but even with my sister-in-law, when I broke down that what she thinks is science is actually pseudoscience, still don't accept it. No, can't be.
Well, it's like when if I'm out in let's say this kind of street activism people do, regardless of the topic, whether it's this topic or another one, that's just another person in the street. And if they're telling you something, especially if you've seen the person before, you somewhat know the person, or you're comfortable with them from a point of view of you can relate to them in some way, you're not going to accept what they say. Most people, not the royal you, as Kiwi would say, most people aren't going to just accept what they say over what's said on by the expert on the television or on the internet. You know what I mean? They're just not. They're just going to go, well, what would you know? That's the attitude you're going to get. So that's one of the reasons I never wasted my time trying to convince the people around me, because they just always going to just see me as Brian, the guy that they know from years ago, or that guy, he lives over there. Why would I listen to him? You know what I mean? Yeah, it wasted me time. A complete waste of time.
Did you like my
So
humour?
why would I try to do it?
I made those people us for humorous effect. Thought it was glorious.
I know, yeah. It was an attempt to undermine what I was saying.
It wasn't. It was an attempt at humour. What you do with a joke is you lead people to think about one thing. So you're talking about literally the people in your house, your next door neighbour, and the guy at your local shop. You're not going to be a guru to him. That's your point. But you said the people around you. So when I say, we'll take you seriously eventually, contextually it's correct. For amusement's sake, not just to undermine you. You take things so seriously, like I don't validate everything. You are absolutely correct, right? In my own house, the kids don't even watch the show. It's an outrage. I think they'd be glued to it all day, being 5 and 8.
It's like you were giving me kudos and then you undermined me again. Excellent. Good job.
It's just done for fun. You laugh. You always laugh, and then you moan about it 10 minutes later and tell me I'm undermining you.
No, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I understand it. Doesn't mean it's not funny.
But we've got to find a way to for Neil. Oh, I see Neil's presence here as his desire to understand the subject so well that he can approach people in his family that he loves and point out their foibles and failings in this category that they want to discuss with him. Right, Neil?
No, I just man.
Could have played along.
Guys.
Yes, the reason I'm bringing up my sister and my son, sister-in-law and son, is because I want them to understand. Because that's kind of why you brought them up. But if you don't want to carry on that vein and you just did,
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm just saying they always bring it up to me first.
Yeah, I know they will. That's what I'm saying. And when people bring it up to you because you've gone, yeah, I know Earth's flat. And they're like, well, why is the sky blue? You're like, well, I don't know, I haven't made any claims about that. But when you actually get into the nitty-gritty of a discussion with them and you put a point to them that is factual and they won't accept it and just say they don't want to talk about it, you want to know either the psychological ins and outs or how, from a logic or pure factual point of view, you can get it through to them. Because you're not, and you want to. I get it. I gave up trying to get this through to my loved ones. They'll occasionally engage in debate with me, and depending on how close a loved one they are, is normally how, likely I am to get into the rumble of discussion with them. You know what I mean? But when you do, you want to be able to put a fine point on it at the end, right? In other words, win.
Yes, of course.
Well, the sad thing about it is that the side of the pseudoscience and the fraudulent physics is the people with the accolades and the titles that the people revere and admire and glorify, and who they see on television and speaking with the PhDs on their names. So, like Brian said, it's hard to kind of discredit them to your loved ones or to a stranger in the street. And it's like an uphill battle. But I got to the point where, you know how the progressive mindset in the United States is, oh, those people certain age and older, they'll be dying soon. So that mentality of the past, whatever's going to be gone because we're progressing. That's how I look at it with this. I don't deal with the people who are sketched in stone where you cannot do any revising mindset. They're indoctrinated. They live by the narrative. I go for the ones, the oldest I go for, maybe the teenagers who kind of have an open mind and a little bit curious about it, even though some of them are stuck in the mud too, but they'll listen. And then the young children and who express more common sense than the adults. I don't know, it's because inherently they have common sense to be able to differentiate the piece of nonsense, bull crap, from what they observe. They may not be able to measure, but they can observe things and realize like that makes sense. Or the people that may be taking up a class of carpentry and know about level, just different aspects of what we try to express as far as how it's measured flat.
Nah.
I
think when people
but
compare generations,
what I'm saying? But the adults are hard to get through their thick skull, bro.
I don't think so. I think people are all the same. Obviously, people are all different, and everybody's individuals. Blah blah blah. But by the same token, the reason we're so easy to manipulate is people are generally all the same, generation after generation after generation. Now, the society that each generation's born into may be more advanced, or sometimes less advanced, in whatever area, and that will have an influence on how they behave. But in terms of generally how people are, the same old tricks always work, and that's why history repeats itself.
Yeah, I agree.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Think, like that question. That says it all. Like the fact that that's one of the main questions you get is like it means that like people can't see what that's what they're most concerned about.
We would break down
whether you're telling them the truth or not. Huh?
I was just going to say, when someone says, why would they lie? We would break down, and pretty much, is it every word or at least every other word of that as being flawed? Lie? Are you sure it's a lie? Have you qualified their motivation? And do they know that they're factually incorrect? Who are they? Why are you asking why? That's a category error. We're talking about a measurement. We could break down every word of that as being flawed.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to know what's funny?
Logically as being a Go on. Yeah.
So what's funny is that the majority of people in the world adhere to the primary religions, of which said religions have within their scripture an explanation of an agent of chaos or an agent of evil specifically, whose purposes and intention is to deceive people. So in their metaphysic, they have a hierarchy of deception that is spearheaded by an agent that is greater than humanity. Yet simultaneously, they then will say out the other side of their mouth, why would someone lie? It literally makes no sense.
Fact. That's fact. Especially if it rebuttals or refutes what they want to stand and believe on. That's what they really be like. Why would they lie? Because they believe it. They agree with them, so that's why they wouldn't think it's a lie.
Well, they're not interested in the measurement you're trying to show them. They're interested in why would somebody tell me about a different measurement that wasn't a measurement? Why would someone do that? And they're into motivation. So you're trying to have a conversation with someone about measurement in reality and whatever else, and they want to turn it into a conversation about motives of people that you don't know, and you can't define what they think or why they think what they think or why they do what they do. You can only point out, well, this person has to be telling a lie because of X, Y, Z reason. Why they are I don't know. But go on, Neil.
I got pulled over.
Put your seatbelts on.
Make sure you tell them to adjust your speed for the Coriolis effect. You won't want to be overcharged.
What's up, Kiwi?
You present a logical argument to someone.
You know what would be novel? I would like for one time that a baller, a glober, or an anti-flat earther, take your pick, would just describe the Coriolis effect correctly. Just once. In 8 years, I have yet to hear it. To stick with the Coriolis, I know Nathan hates the argument, but just once. I'd just like to hear it one time. I haven't heard it.
You're gonna have to give a monetary incentive on that, Kiwi. I'm sorry. They're not gonna. That's the only thing that's gonna motivate them. Maybe that'll motivate them.
Has anyone on the panel heard a baller, anti-flat earther, glober, state the Coriolis effect concisely and correctly?
The closest I heard is when they're describing the movement of the celestials. Then they quickly contradict that by talking about typhoons and whatever else, hurricanes. So then they go off into the weeds and nonsense, into globulus. But when they do speak about this movement of the celestials within their paradigm, then they are describing just a visual phenomenon, or an optical illusion, or whatever.
What a cool cop! He heard the show.
You talking to me?
What?
Let's not be.
Because I got on the car and he said, "Is that a flat Earth show?" I was like, "Yeah." And then he went back to his car, ran my license, and gave it to me and said, "Have a nice day."
Wow.
That's what's up. That's cool.
No way.
Neil, did you just describe the first instance of black privilege?
Yeah, he did. That is a good summary.
Oh man,
it's a kind of
That's a good one,
Fight Club-esque
black privilege.
moment, though, isn't it? When you see someone like in Fight Club, oh, you've got a black eye on your way, sir. No need for your license. Keep your speed down.
Right, and I had the phone in my hand as I was interrupting Brian when he pulled me over, so that's how he was pulling me over.
So he wasn't. So is that a flat Earth show?
Amazing.
Was actually the question: are you currently breaking the law by participating in a flat Earth show whilst driving? That was the extended version of his question.
That's all he said. Yeah, I guess so. Because it's on the speaker, so he's hearing it as he's asking me for my license and stuff. I'm wondering if he's listening to your show.
Is this how you always dreamt it would be, Neil? Getting a knowing nod sent on your way.
Are you now affirmed?
I will be affirmed the first Ball Busters that runs on Saturday when I see my name in lights.
Oh, brother.
Neil, did you tell him what show it was even? So the Alabama PD can be checking it out.
No, yeah, I was just so happy I didn't get a ticket. I was freaking shocked.
You need to chase him down.
Yeah, go pull him over.
Well, here's the thing, Brian. Who was saying about the young? I think D Rose, the younger more. He's a young cop.
Yeah, but the thing is, D Rose, right? Neil, on what D was saying is that the younger people will listen to you, right? Because you're older, so they'll view you as some kind of a mature or authority figure or something like that. If you're saying that the teenagers around you will listen to you more than the adults, let's just say, D. Now, I'm not saying people should go out and start trying to evangelize the teenagers. I don't mean it that way. But what I mean is that younger people will listen to older people because they see older people as mature. But when you meet an adult and you're an adult, the adult just sees you as another adult. And if you're just a person in the street that they don't know anything about, then they're just going to view you as just another person in the street. And their attitude is going to be, what would he know? Or what would she know? And that's going to be the attitude. So that's why younger people will listen, because they will see you as especially if you're not the same old, tired adult. The younger people deal with so much of this exact same boring adult, don't they? The same adults with the same ideas and the same thing, saying the same stuff to them day in, day out. They are bored of that. So when they meet an adult who is not that way, instantly they want to listen to the person. But when an adult meets someone like that, the adult wants to shut down and not listen. They want to start asking them, why would they lie? And what would you know?
And not to say that you won't meet another aggressive, if you will, person of your age caliber. I mean, you might see that they're out there. They're like us. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of them are reluctant, like we may be reluctant to approach one another because we don't want to face that rejection, if you will, or that, that type of opposing, abrasive response, like, what? You believe in that crap? What? What? Oh, so you're smarter than Daniel Faulkner. Oh, you're going to call him a liar. Don't you know he's a Christian? Don't you know he runs, you go through a whole bunch of stuff. So whereas a child, like you said, they're going to be more receptive.
Maybe.
Well, if you have a teenage son or daughter, let's just say, and their friends are over at your house or whatever, and they get to see that you're not the same old boring adult with the same old boring ideas, and that you're not that person, instantly they're going to be going, hey, your dad's pretty cool. You know what I mean? And he's worth listening to. That's going to be their attitude. Because they haven't reached the point of being an adult where they just see you as another adult and you're not worth listening to. Unless you're on TV or whatever. They don't see you like that. They see you as someone who might have something worth saying, worth listening to, as opposed to the same old, same old. Because no matter where you go, I don't care what country it is, what culture it is, what race it is, but adults are boring to younger people.
Good example. Here's a good example. In the NFL, more coaches that are being successful now are the coaches under 40 years old and under 50, because the new generation of players are I don't know if they're expecting this, but I guess they adhere.
Are you sure about that? Because what's his name just won how many Super Bowls? And how old is the big red guy?
Who are you talking about? You talking about Tom Brady that won all the Super Bowls?
No, the coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. He ain't no youngster.
Hold up. Time out. Andy Reid is who me and Brian are saying we are. Andy Reid is that adult that the children recognize.
Oh, okay, I got you.
That's the point I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? He is that guy that knows how to coach the new generation. He don't say the same dumb things and the same redundant things that never make improvement. The youth see the knowledge. I want to play for him because he's doing something right. You dig what I'm saying? That's you kind of.
I didn't let you finish your example. I heard you say that most of the successful coaches are young, and I was like, wait a second. Andy Reid won how many Super Bowls?
Yeah, that's true though. But Andy Reid's the only guy, because I don't give Bill Belichick
Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes. That's why he's got the new Tom Brady.
Great point. But what I'm saying though, Andy Reid had success with McNabb.
Oh, Don, you need the quarterback and the coach together.
Exactly. But what I'm saying to you is,
why do we have to make this a big deal?
I don't know. Because,
why could just leave D make his point? It doesn't matter if it's not 100. Just leave him make the point.
I know, right on the cusp.
Football, and I got excited.
Well, anyway. Mike
Well,
Tomlin,
anyway, I'd like to get in there
young
if
coach for the
possible.
Steelers.
I'd like to get in there if possible.
QE can interject with this. Mike Tomlin with the Steelers, he took them, kept them sustaining as being the mighty Steelers. He came in at 30-something years old. My point is taken. The St. Louis Rams picked up Los Angeles Rams and picked up that young dude. It's just inevitable. The Miami Dolphins, they are more successful under 45-year-old coaches in the NFL, period, point blank. Andy Reid is the only elder that has been rocking the young guys.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Progressive Patty Mahomes.
Okie dokie. Go ahead, Jin. Go ahead, Jin.
I was just going to go on the back of what Brian said about, the adults. A good coach is somebody who the youngsters are listening to. In my personal experience, Flat Earth has actually done that for me. I've been able to engage with the youth, coming on the back of a youth worker as I am myself. Delivering the Flat Earth was something new to them. I'm going back to 2016, 17, and 18 in particular, where they said to my children, that's my kids' friends, your dad is crazy at first, right? But then when they heard me keep on talking about it with my children when they were in the living room or in their bedrooms, and they're looking at the Flat Earth map, they slowly came on board. And the result is now these kids are now 18, 19, and they're now Flat Earthers. Sunday, they're walking past where we live. It's like 2 a.m. I'm still up shouting at my children's name and Flat Earth. It was last Sunday, just gone. There you go. Interesting.
And Jen, just to verify, you did not put any Feast of Nonsense wall and puddles everywhere, all that. You didn't do the white Zeiss
Of course
stuff.
he did. At one stage, yes, but don't hold him to task for that.
Well, that's when they thought he was crazy. That's when they thought he was crazy,
Probably, but you can't hold that against him. And I wouldn't hold it against Jin. He's like OG. He's been here about 10 years, haven't you, Jin? That's a yes, he has.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Try again, Jin.
He's still counting.
One more time, Jin.
Yeah, I'm still counting. It was really, really good to hear the kids. They're 19. They've gone out for a drink, right? My kids are here sleeping. They walked past shouting out the kid's name and Flat Earth as they're walking past. The Earth is flat. Now that there says it all. That says it all.
Okay. Well, there was an idea that you were being called a nutter because you were peddling the Feast of Nonsense back then. And I said, even if you was, that's perfectly understandable, as that's how we get it initially. You included, because you're OG and you've been here about 10 years also, haven't you, Jin?
Yeah, absolutely correct. That's right. That's exactly what I'm saying. I've been there 10 years. The thing is, the negativity at the beginning, now in 2024, the kids have gone out for a little drink up and that, right? They're 18, 19. My sons weren't included because they were asleep. But they came back walking past the house on their way home, shouting out my kid's name and Flat Earth. Now that's icing on the cake right there. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Nathan, I'm talking chronologically. 10 years in the beginning, he may have been doing what we all did, the Feast of Nonsense. However, he even admitted that as time went on and as they heard him speaking to his children and telling them about it, progression in Jim's knowledge had progressed, and he told them more of the things that we are evolving into. Neil don't like using that word, but we've evolved to use more of the navigable and the geometrical, you know what I'm saying? So now that's why they've conformed to understanding the flat earth. Had he kept on saying all them other things of those Feast of Nonsense, they'd have probably still been half of them saying, oh, he's crazy. And it wouldn't have been a flat earth in that way. It'd have been like, idiot, yelled out.
Right. That's where I'm going to be, where I round out, I think. So with that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.